know I am going for the perfect stream, the most perfect broadcast. We're going to get started here this morning with the Cherokee morning song. And I'm so happy to bring this news and information to you. I'm your lady, Lila Brown. This is melanated news you can use. Some of our top stories for this week is coming out of Cherokee Nation. A lot of updates, a lot of things that I believe could really benefit this melanation, this melanated Black, Indigenous, people of color collective that we have going on. So hopefully we can get some guests in. I'm going to take this time to invite some friends to come into the broadcast. I've been really working through all my updates and all the technology changes, trying to get the lighting together, trying to get the sound together. So I appreciate everyone's patience, everyone that checks out my website. My website is growing now, and we got ads up and running, some new clients coming in, people that are really taking this information to heart and actually want me to help them with their genealogy, because some people are just not, as deep of a researcher as I am. So I am so happy to help. Great. All right, and we are live. Great. All right, I'm gonna take this time to invite some friends, like I was saying. Cherokee morning song going on over here, and then we're gonna go right into the news stories. For those that tuned in, you may have seen these stories. We have a little bit more updates that we'd like to add on, but a lot of good information coming in from Cherokee Nation. So I appreciate you all that tuned in. Thank you for your patience as I figure out all these updates and changes. You guys are great. All right, so I'm just sending it out, letting people know that I'm live. A lot of times I have people that hit me up after the broadcast, and a lot of you all have the same question. So I'm thinking maybe I could just, keep doing my broadcast. You all tune in. We're just getting started. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And the reason this information I think is so important is because reparations, HR 40, is on the docket in Congress, and people are talking talking about reparations like they've never talked about it before. It's becoming more of a reality. See, my family got their reparations in the 1890s, sometime immediately after the Emancipation Proclamation. So I'm trying to at least do my part for the greater good, which is to let you all know how we went about it, staying in tune, staying informed. And a lot of what has happened, a lot of people are disconnected from their indigenous roots because they simply don't know enough. So people who are not able to really trace their lineage back, hopefully this information will help you. I've, like I said, been assigned for some of my friends that have just kind of hit a brick wall in their genealogical research and records. And so this is how I got more than 30 of my family members in, along with our matriarch, into Cherokee Nation. So I love talking about this kind of stuff, helping people figure out how to get registered. So if you're here with me, definitely tune in, comment, let me know that you're here. I'm sending this information out to quite a few friends. So, and we got the Cherokee morning song playing here in the background. And I found a really cool playlist, so we'll get into that as well. Yeah, I like it. We went into some totem stuff yesterday. I went into some meditation flute, and I got a lot of friends to update. But people are always hitting me up like, hey, yo, I want to talk to you later about some of this Native American Indian stuff. So hopefully we can get you all in. You guys can come in. And then there's a lot of news and updates. So I'll be sharing that, why that's important. Probably about a month ago, Cherokee Nation was honoring its national holiday, and they had a special day, a special program dedicated to the Cherokee. We would call them Black Cherokees. because for too long racism has infiltrated the tribes, where we have members of the alt-right, the Aryan Brotherhood, the Ku Klux Klan. White nationalism has really taken over the tribes, and they try to do these things where they call it blood quantum. Are you Indian by blood? Well, indigenous people don't have Neanderthal DNA, so you'll see a lot of the Neanderthals that have become principal chiefs. They just really taken on this identity. So a lot of the Europeans, the Slavics, a lot of people coming in from other countries, how are they able to do so? It's more than just $5 Indians. We're talking about a time in history where there was no DMV, there was no state ID where you could go in. So please share the video. Please share this video because this information is very timely, and I'm just following my spirit that's telling me get this information out right now. Because what's happening is we have Africans and we have people coming over from the Caribbean, and they think that they're entitled to reparations from the United States. But the United States was newly formed. The United States really had no parts in that type of slavery. A lot of times people will come over from Haiti and say, hey, we need to get our reparations, but they need to take that up with France. You get what I'm saying? So it's a special lineage of people, a special heritage of people. So great. Great. I'm just sharing this out. Hi, Arnell. I believe you're here. If you're still here with me, definitely comment, say hello. Don't be rude. I'm just getting this out because a lot of people always hit me up like, I want to know more about this information. I'm just like, y'all better catch me on the broadcast. All right, we're live again. I'm sharing this with my people that hit me in the back channels, people that. Great, thank you. Okay, so essentially, in 2017, I wasn't aware of this because all I know is that the Bureau of Indian Affairs came looking for us to tell us that we have land and we have money and we should be getting. Didn't know this, but all those black Cherokee have been fighting for years to get their families back on the rolls. Great. A lot of people were removed. Anytime we get a chief that's just totally racist, and a lot of these people are Euro-Asiatic. A lot of those Asiatic, Mongolians, the Siberians that are coming over from Asia, a lot of them hold very deep racist sentiment. So they have been trying to disenfranchise the black community. So we'll just chill here. I don't know what is up with this broadcast. I don't know if we're running too heavy here. So hopefully this will all work out. We'll get back on one accord. Hi, hello. Okay, I want to make sure we're not lagging here. We might get a little bit of that. I'm really trying to have the most perfect broadcast. Trust me, trust me. So I'm sharing it out right now because I don't want to, I just hate being redundant with a lot of this stuff, trying to work through a lot of these kinks. So I thank you for your patience today. All right, thank you. Why is this important? Because we're discussing reparations. A lot of people are going to have to prove their lineage. You're going to have to prove that you had ancestors on this continent, on this in this country, in these United States. Because if you're suing the United States, you have to prove that you had some ancestry in the United States. So I'm just taking this time again. Ping some people. Hey, how are you? Thank you for commenting. Great. And then we'll get into the stories, why this is important, and we'll continue on. So thank you for your patience as we're just getting started here. And I want to get as many people as possible. So ping your friends and then let me know. I'd like to ask this question. Has anyone in your family ever said anything about having some indigenous roots? I went back to Georgia in September talking to my family about it because my dad's going around telling everybody, Lila's found her 40 acres and a mule. I was like, I found more like 1,000 acres. Some investment property. And so once people heard this, they started to say things like, my grandfather always told us we were the Cherokee. And so have you ever, if you could comment, let me know, just so I can get a status of where we are. Because some of this information may be so foreign. Some of this information may be so new. So think about it. You had some American Indians within the same tribes. One was disenfranchised, and then another group was being doing deals with the government, doing deals with the United States, and these deals were happening in the early 1800s. So I'm just sending it out to many people. I want to get as many people as possible. So this information is clear, concise, and where do we begin? So yesterday I started with the languages, how a lot of the language has been lost. At the time of first European contact, there were more than 500 Indian languages. And why do we call it Indian? A lot of people hate that. Oh, that's such a slur. That's an erroneous name. We have so much to uncover. We have so much to discuss. That's why I really need us to have a smooth broadcast. I don't want this message to get tainted, distorted. I'm fighting on. I'm journeying on. So this information is extremely important. It's all registered with the Library of Congress and the National Archives. A lot of your family records are with the National Archives, Native American Archives. I've been trying to really make this make sense, but there's strength in numbers, so great. I just wanna make sure we're still going on strong here. Are we still here? Gosh. I know my broadcast is heavy. I got a lot of information going on, so. The music and everything, so. to just shoot over to some. All right. Let's start here. All right, let's go.
I fight for my great-grandmother. Just imagine, as I stated before, being removed from the land of your birth. I fight for her. I fight for all of the other hundreds of Creek freedmen who were disenrolled unjustly. I fight for them. It's not necessarily for me, but I fight for other Creek freedmen descendants because they could use the educational loans, they could use the health, all of the various different benefits that are afforded to people who were tribal members of this nation. That's why I fight.
All right, that was from my. Now, you may not have heard this one from your history books. Descendants of Black people enslaved by members of Native American tribes in the 1800s have still been allowed to become full tribal citizens. Now, these descendants are known as freedmen. They're not even considered by the tribes to be members, quote, by blood. And the consequences can be extreme. The Seminole tribe even denied COVID-19 vaccinations to freedmen. It was only this month that the Federal Indian Health Services ordered the tribe to provide full health care to freedmen. And Congresswoman Maxine Waters is pushing to withhold federal funding for tribes that do not recognize freedmen as full citizens. 2 Oklahoma tribes have announced that they are considering changes to their constitutions to allow freedmen full rights, but months later, after their consideration, there's still little signs of progress. Joining me now is Demario Solomon Simmons, a Black Creek civil rights attorney in Tulsa. You've seen him on his show before. He represents the Tulsa survivors as well. Demario, so happy to have you back with me. I do want to say that we did reach out to the Muscogee Creek Nation to invite them to be on the show, and they provided a statement instead, which I'll read now. Our people, our nation, and our identity long predate the United States. Many of our citizens feel that identity is at the heart of this issue. The systematic abuse of Native Americans and the enslavement of African Americans in the United States creates both a complicated history and present a challenge. It is imperative as a government that we meet these moments with full engagement from our citizens. I'll ask you, what's your take on them considering allowing folks like you to be full members of these communities, and how long is this process going to go, do you expect?
Well, first of all, Tiffany, thank you so much for having me back on your show. You know, it's not about a consideration. They're breaking the law. They're the Treaty of 1866, Article 2, that specifically states that people like myself have the full citizenship rights within the Creek Nation. They are completely ignoring that law. And at this time, the Biden administration is allowing them to get away with that. So it's not a consideration. They enslaved African people, and there were also people that were of African descent that were citizens like my family that were not actually enslaved. But in 1906, the federal government created a racist discriminatory list called freedmen, which was actually unconstitutional as a badge of slavery. And the Creek Nation has used that list created by the federal government to disenfranchise. They've stolen our birthright, they've stolen our culture, they've stolen our history. And as my client, Rhonda Grayson, stated in the clip with Tremaine Lee, they also stolen billions of dollars in benefits that we are owed to this very day. And this has been going on. We have done everything we possibly can. We've sued in federal court. We currently have a lawsuit in the Creek Nation court system where they have not even assigned a judge in almost a year. We're just sitting there. And we're calling upon the Biden administration to step in and enforce Article 2 of the Creek Treaty of 1866. We need that to happen now. Back in May, Secretary Deb Haaland issued a public statement where she called upon the Creek Nation and the other 5 tribes to actually adhere to the legal and moral obligations of the Treaty of 1866.
Yeah, and this is everything you're saying is so interesting. And I just read this week in reporting that I referenced earlier in the show that historians estimate that 20,000 Native Americans were enslaved in the first decade after state in 1850. So knowing that Native Americans were enslaved, but also enslavers, shows how complicated history can be. And it's really disappointing that this is, such a vibe between the communities. I'm curious, what's the vibe like in Tulsa, though? Like when freedmen are around, some of the indigenous communities, what's it like?
Listen, they completely treat us like Jim Crow South. We are segregated. We are not recognized. I've had hundreds of clients go down and try to get citizenship, and they would tell them to their face, you're not an Indian, you're a Negro, you're a formerly enslaved person. We do not want you. You got to think about this. My grandmother, Johnny Mae Simmons, who passed away a couple of years ago, she was born a Creek citizen. She spoke Creek. And then just arbitrarily, she was denied and stripped of her citizenship in 1979. So what everyone needs to understand, just imagine if tomorrow the United States government stopped recognizing the 14th Amendment, called all African Americans freedmen, and said, we're no longer going to recognize your citizenship. You're no longer going to get any of the benefits. You're no longer going to get any protections of being a United States citizen. That is what's happened to thousands, tens of thousands of Creek so-called freedmen, Black Creeks, and other so-called freedmen, including my family, including Rhonda's family, and many, many others that I represent.
Wow, that's very disappointing. We've only got 15 seconds left, so very quickly, any update on the Tulsa? I know last we spoke, the judge was hearing the case. Is there an update?
No update. We've been waiting 31 days for a decision that allows us to move forward. And I just want to say that we still need everyone to think about that and go to justiceforgreenwood.org for more updates.
All right. Mario Solomon Simmons, you'll have to come back.
All right. Okay. I apologize if we're having any lagging going on here today. Trying to get going to the best of my ability. Trying to keep it smooth as possible and get us over to the next clip because for whatever reason, I wanted to point this out as well. This is what's happening. It's very disheartening. This is very hard to tell these stories. So thank you to those that are tuning in, and we're going to get over to the next story.
Acknowledging that it made a mistake in not extending citizenship rights to freedmen and their descendants until 2017, something its principal chief says should have been done 156 years ago under the Treaty of 1866. Kennedy Sepulveda, who reports on Native Affairs, joins us now with more on the long history that has culminated with an apology from Chuck Hoskins Jr.
That's right, Rich. And nearly 12,000 freedmen descendants have enrolled in the Cherokee Nation in the last 5 years. But just this month, the Cherokee National History Museum in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, unveiled a new exhibit that honors freedmen and shares their story.
We have to recognize that there were times that we imposed trauma on others.
Chuck Hoskins Jr., Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation, says the tribe is facing its history by embracing the spirit of equality.
And I think any nation is a stronger nation if they tell the whole of their story, the tragedy, the triumph, and the chapters that are dark and difficult. And I hope people come here and, first of all, understand that that happened. But I also hope they come away with some hope that we're in a new era in which, yes, we're recognizing that history, but we're also working towards collective healing.
The new exhibit details slavery and emancipation, details of the Treaty of 1866, the vote that relinquished Cherokee freedmen's citizenship, and the fight to reestablish those rights.
The most compelling part of this exhibit is the stories that were submitted by the Cherokee freedmen community that are a large-scale installation of the that tell the story that have not been told for more than a century.
My mother worked extremely hard for the rights of her children, her family, all of us. And so I must say, I'm thankful. I'm thankful that we've moved forward, and I am proud to say I am Cherokee.
The Cherokee Nation, along with the Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, and Muskogee Creek nations, signed treaties in 1866 that abolished slavery in the tribes and granted full citizenship to freedmen. Article 9 of the Treaty of 1866, signed by the Cherokee Nation, states all freedmen and their descendants shall have all rights of native Cherokees. However, in 2007, the Cherokee people voted to define citizenship as by blood, which cost 2,800 freedmen their tribal citizenship. Cherokee Nation reversed that decision in 2017, and the Cherokee Nation Supreme Court ruled to remove by blood from the Constitution in 2021.
We are going to hold the United States accountable for every part of every treaty that we have. We can't do it if we refuse to or deny the existence of provisions in the treaties that say, for example, we must give freedmen and their descendants all the rights of native Cherokees.
The Seminole Nation also kept the long-standing promise to the Seminole freedmen, but 3 of the 5 tribes did not keep their promise from their 1866 treaties. The Chickasaw Nation's senior counsel Stephen Greetham sent a statement that reads, "Few things are more sensitive than a tribe's right to determine its own citizenship. As to the 5 tribes, each of us have our own treaties and legal history. The citizenship status of freedmen under Chickasaw Nation treaties with the United States was long ago litigated, and the U.S. Supreme Court held in 1904 that our treaties and laws neither vested freedmen with citizenship nor obligated the nation to extend citizenship. The Supreme Court concluded that, quote, the Chickasaw freedmen are not members of that tribe within the meaning of the provisions of the agreement submitting the amended agreement to a vote of the male members of the tribe qualified to vote under tribal law." In 2021, Principal Chief of the Choctaw Nation, Gary Batten, sent an open letter expressing willingness to consider extending citizenship rights to Choctaw freedmen. The letter ended with, quote, "Today we reach out to the Choctaw freedmen. We see you. We hear you. We look forward to meaningful conversation regarding our shared past."
We're responding to something that we thought was sincere, and we're hoping that it was not just an empty gesture, but one must also reflect what was going on a year ago. A year ago, there was revisiting of the Nahasta Bill, which is Native American Housing Bill, that was being reviewed. Congresswoman Waters became aware of the plight of freedmen in the Indian Territory. And so, wait a minute now. Then maybe we should put a clause in there.
Nothing ever came from that open letter. Principal Chief Batten sent a statement that reads in part, "Tribal membership for freedmen is a sensitive and complex topic. Over the past year, our leadership has respectfully taken time to consider this issue, and we have asked for feedback. We proactively received messages from very few people, so we also asked about the topic in our annual membership survey. The response has been overwhelmingly clear. While our members have sympathy for people whose ancestors were enslaved, they also understand the importance of having clear definitions of who is eligible for membership in our tribe."
They were bothered by Indian men and enslaved women. But of course, the policy was that, well, we follow the mother, the status of the mother.
Muskogee Creek Nation also expressed openness to consider expanding their citizenship rights to freedmen in 2021. However, those rights never came. Principal Chief David Hills sent a statement that reads in part, "And as a nation that has endured policies intended to exterminate us because we are Creek Indians by blood, the idea of granting citizenship to any non-Creek person is one that engenders deep, conflicting emotions. Quite frankly, our citizens stand on both sides of this issue, but the solution to this is not another colonial intervention by the United States."
Unfortunately, I think a sentiment that maybe comes maybe from the tribal sector that there's this alien people trying to force themselves in our community. We arrived in the 1800s.
The Cherokee Nation is hosting a reception to celebrate the opening of the new exhibit. The celebration is planned for 2 p.m. this Saturday on the northwest lawn of the...
Okay, great. That's awesome. I'm just trying to get things synced up here while I give you these stories because there's a lot of information we need to get out. And so please share the video. I'm trying to figure out my video here. We're smooth. Great. And so thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. I'm not sure what's going on with why everything's lagging. I know I run a pretty heavy broadcast here, so Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I appreciate those that are here and commenting. And we're gonna try to get into some more of this information because I don't like any distractions. Thank you, Cam. I see you. I see you. I know it's always some shit, huh? So, all right, let's see. Maybe we can do it this way. I'm really trying to get trying to switch over these cameras because I'm using like I'm trying to get clearer definition. So, all right. So, yeah, if this broadcast is just too heavy, I'm sorry about that, but I'm trying to get clearer picture for you all. And I know that let's see. All right. This really needs to sync. I'm really trying to sync it here. Okay. I'm just testing everything out. I appreciate your patience. This broadcast is really important to me, or I wouldn't be doing all this. Trust me, trust me. Okay, great. Oh, okay. Jeez. Oh, I don't want to have to keep doing that. I do not want to have to keep doing that. But we're going to have to. We're kind of going to have to. Jeez, I want to get clear picture quality for you all here. So we're going to, oh my gosh, keep the peace pipe going. Jeez. Jeez, fucking Louise. Now, I had some really good music that, we're here. You guys can comment, share the video. Jeez, it was goodness gracious. It's like I have to be very tech savvy. I don't have no control room. I'm doing all this myself in real fucking time. So bear with me here. We got over into some I got into a really good playlist yesterday. By this artist named Jessica Reyes. What irritates me the most about all of this is that they keep calling them Africans. Is that irritating anyone else? Please comment. Is that irritating anyone else that they continue to call the people Africans? Now, that is the indoctrination and a lot of the assimilation that's coming over from critical race theory. These people are so busy, they don't even understand that that's why they're not winning their cases. You got Slavic, European albinos saying, oh, you got to be Indian by blood, Indian by blood. What about all the rape? Who's going to pay for that? What justice do those people get? It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I'm not feeling it. I don't like that. And I really need this broadcast to go smoothly so I can properly explain that to you all. So we're going to try this again. This, I might have to send this equipment back because, we'll go between this and the, I want to come in clear here. I want to come in high definition shit. So, oh, here we go. We back. All right, let's see. Yeah, see the difference, how clear it is? It's so clear. And I want to keep it that way. It is very irritating. She said, everybody, they have this narrative. The freedmen have this narrative. But again, I'm a deep researcher. I'm going to take it back. They have this narrative that we are still from Africa. And our people have always rejected that. So critical race theory, they'll say you are anti-blackness if you do not claim African. There's a lot of violence in our communities if you do not want to claim African. So we're gonna keep it here. There's a lot of violence in the black community if you don't want to claim that you're African. So people will say that you are anti-black. They will say that you are cooning. It's self-hate. They will say all these things. If you talk to some freedmen, some people that still speak the language, whichever tribe, they will tell you we've been here since the 15th, 16th century. And so when you get into the Kitawa teachings, it goes so much deeper than that. That's the damage of critical race theory. Thank you. Someone said it's irritating. Let me read Zola's comments here. She said it's irritating that they are giving people citizenship that aren't even blood. They got the Neanderthal blood. Isn't that frustrating? There aren't even blood. They're denying the actual tribal members their tribal rights. So I do like what the Muskogee brother was saying. It's almost like saying black people aren't U.S. citizens to the 14th Amendment that's null and void because you come from Africa. There's some real anti-black hate. These people enslaved the indigenous, prisoners of war, killed their children, and you think that they're just going to extend citizenship? So this fight is ongoing. It's happening today. Like this stuff is happening like last week. So I do have to shout out, to Cherokee Nation there. I'm so thankful. Man, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Let's see if we can do that and still keep. The African part is what irritates me the most. Now, if somebody wants to come on as a guest, I'll bring you in. Hopefully you can stick around for this broadcast and we can add some guests in. But I really want this to be a smooth broadcast. I have a lot of other stories to discuss. I wonder if that's the reason. I have a lot of tabs open, a lot of videos to share. So hopefully we'll keep it up and running. Okay. And then we'll toggle back and forth. Yeah. So, this is very hard information, but I'm going to just keep it going to the next story. What's going on with the Cherokee. Because the Cherokee is opening up. And I wanted to share something. I shared it last night. Not sure if you all got to see it. And I want to bring on, so we had a very prominent Cherokee freedman, but I want to get this message here from the chief. And then we'll get into some of the hearing directly from these people that are affected. Great. I like that music keeps me calm because this information is upsetting. And I'm good. So but we'll explain like how that's we're no longer under the threat of that. So all right.
Osio, today we celebrate more progress in Cherokee Nation's path towards reconciliation, towards equality. The Freedmen exhibit at the Cherokee National History Museum is so powerful. It is a gateway for understanding some difficult truths about Cherokee history that we all must face. It is also an opportunity to understand how much all Cherokee citizens share in common. We see it plainly. In the 19th century, some Cherokees, under the laws of the Cherokee Nation, enslaved black people. That was wrong. In 1863, slavery ended in the Cherokee Nation. In 1866, our ancestors agreed by treaty with the United States to forever grant freedmen and their descendants all the rights of Native Cherokees. That agreement was binding. It was solemn. For much of the next 150 years, Cherokee Nation denied these rights to freedmen descendants. That was wrong. In 2017, that ended with federal and Cherokee Nation tribal court orders. Complying with the letter of court orders is simply not enough. We need to truly honor the promise made by our ancestors 150 years ago. We need to embrace the spirit of equality. We need to recognize that just as American society has often denied or diminished Cherokee history and our experience, Cherokee Nation has too often denied freedmen history and the freedmen experience. This exhibit helps us get on the right path. The inspiration for all of this really came from my dear late friend, Rosalind Brown. She was a Cherokee citizen of freedmen descent. She was a fierce advocate for the freedmen cause. But she told me that we couldn't achieve real equality unless we included the freedmen story in our museums and our history books. Rosalind passed away in the spring of 2020. In early 2021, we started the Cherokee Freedmen Art and History Project. We turned to Cherokee citizens of freedmen descent and asked for their help to explore the freedmen experience. Through this process, we have gathered a powerful collection of stories, records, art, and artifacts that help deepen our understanding of our history with slavery, emancipation, and the struggle of freedmen for their civil rights. From that project comes this wonderful exhibit. This exhibit is personal to me and the First Lady. We have Cherokee children and grandchildren. We want them to grow up in a Cherokee society that understands all chapters of our history and places the highest value on freedom and equality. We want Cherokees in their generation to look back on this time in Cherokee history with pride. This exhibit helps bring healing to our nation. It makes us a stronger nation. Wado.
Wado, 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 Wado. We are Cherokee. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. We are the Cherokee. So I wanted to kind of, we're going to get to one of the sisters here, and you're going to hear from her. She's going to talk a little bit more about the lawsuits. This is during the Cherokee federal holiday. We do have a holiday. So I wanted to hear from her as well. It might be a little low. That's on their end. That's not on my end. Their microphone, for once, is on my end. We're trying to straighten all this out. But I want to go back to what Cam is saying here, Mac is saying here. I want to put that front and center. This is why I'm doing this broadcast. This is deep research. It's a study. He's saying, again, it is paramount. People do their family genealogy. Where is your mother's from? Okay? We're talking about grandparents. He also said here, it is extremely important to their bag that they keep us some type of African anything. That's why it's so dangerous. So this information that I'm taking time to get out as I make my way back to the reservation, I might not be able to do this. These choppy, glitchy YouTube videos might be all that we have for the next couple of years, because a lot of people are still too afraid to talk about it. When I go to a lot of the cultural events, when Cherokee LA is hosting Cherokee Nation out in Southern California, I make it my business to go, to attend. I've been asked to join the tribal council, which I may very well do. I'm not on the reservation. Anybody that's basically not on Cherokee land, you're Cherokee, you go anywhere else in the world, you're called off the reservation. I am then a member at large because I live in California. Now, this is the funny part. California is making it extremely appetizing to stay in California. They don't want us to leave. There's a lot of benefits to having Cherokee members and taking care of us. I really feel like I shouldn't have to work at all. This economy is going to underpay me. They said right now with all these companies about to do these massive layoffs, anybody that's working remotely, those remote workers are going to be the first fired. So while a lot of people rush and say, oh, we can work from home, all these work remote jobs, let's go get on those. Those are, they're saying, the update is that those are the first that are going to be fired. So we already know if you are black, brown, what have you, African American considered, we already know when it's time to do massive layoffs, you're going to be the first one gone. We're not getting positions of power. This stuff is extremely frustrating. Racism and bigotry is super frustrating. So imagine this. The KKK is now running around talking about they are the Native Americans. The KKK, white nationalism, the alt-right, the Oath Keepers, they're the ones claiming. But when we do, y'all want to give us the side eye and be like, no, you're from Africa. I want to explain something to y'all. These Spaniards, because these ain't nothing but a bunch of Spaniards, these indigenous people are at war with the Spaniards. They've been at war with the French. They've been at war with the English. And then sometimes different factions of the same tribe have fought with the French, have fought with the English, have fought with the Spanish. So those that break away and betray the nation and goes off to fight, you know, it just kind of reminds me of Kanye. He now wants the black community support, but when he said things about us, there was no backlash. Why wasn't there any backlash when Kanye said anti-black things? That's because Kanye doesn't have any contracts with any black businesses, so we could fire him. He doesn't deal with us. So for a very long time, as the patriarchal religions of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity were making its way into the Americas, a lot of the men who no longer wanted to be ruled under the matriarch began to betray our tribes. So I wanted to read something here. I read this yesterday, and I'm going to read it again today. So bear with me here. And when we're talking about nobody is known by their skin color. The Russians speak Russian. The English speak English. So what language is American? The American indigenous language. Okay, we'll get to it. So for all those, we will get into the Kituwa teaching, but consider this. In 1540, the Cherokee were discovered living in the southeastern part of what is now the United States. So listen for these states. Let's see who's still here with me. Please ping your friends in. Do y'all have any ancestry in the following states? The areas of the Cherokee, that's why so many black people can talk about they Cherokee. The areas of our claim covered all the parts of 8 of these now existing states, is what we call them today. And if you have questions about your genealogy, I'm a deep researcher. This stuff is in my head, it's in my system now, it's in my blood, it's in my heart, it's in my soul. All right, we're gonna get into these areas. These areas include the Carolinas, the Virginias, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama. Considering there are 2 Carolinas, I believe there's 2 Virginias now. Okay, I'm gonna say those states again. Alabama, do you have any roots there? Or your grandparents, okay? Because a lot of the Africans that we're contending with, their grandparents were born in Africa. Their parents were born in Africa. We will not have to fight for reparations with Africans and people from the Caribbean. That doesn't make sense. We're talking about things that happen specifically on this continent. Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, the Virginias, and the Carolinas. At this time, there were over 500 Indian languages on the North American continent. Today, there are less than half that many, and most of these languages are becoming fast extinct. So when people are asking, why don't we speak our languages, we'll get to that. The Cherokee were divided geographically into 3 different land regions, within which 3 dialects existed. So not only did we, yes, all speak the same language, but there were different dialects within that same language. So these dialects were the Upper Creek, I say Creek, but the Upper Cherokee, or you may call them Overhill. So this dialect was called Otali, or that means mountain, high, tall, Otali. The middle dialect was called Kituwa. That's the middle dialect of the same language we're talking about. Now we're talking about dialects. If you look at the movie Black Panther, thank you to those that shared the video. Thank you to our newcomers. Please comment. Look at the movie Black Panther. Chitala, Angela Bassett, the daddy, they were all speaking different dialects because they are so discombobulated. They didn't even care about the different accents. And then we have the lower dialect. We call that Ilati. That means the lower. And we're also, those are known as the Eastern dialect. The Eastern or the lower dialect speakers occupied South Carolina. So when we talk about lower Cherokee, we're talking about, okay, this is so deep. It's like, I wish more people really understood like English history from England. There's a reason you don't learn about the British monarchy. The British monarchy of England prohibited slavery. But when the United States broke away from Great Britain, the British monarchy, they then instituted slavery. So y'all have got to understand it is extremely dangerous and violent for Africans to say, we are the indigenous Americans. We came to the United States, we came to the North American continent in the 1300s because Mansa Musa sent some ships. Excuse you, please don't make me pull up these artifacts from 200 AD. Please don't make me start pulling up artifacts from 3600 BC. And then you look at them, you be like, oh, that's African. It's not. So much of what we have done here has been misattributed to Africa. I love it when the great elder Smokey Robinson said, we have got to stop misattributing our culture and our achievements and our contributions to Africa. In the 1830s, in the 1820s, in Harlem, New York, when they tried to create this free school for the Africans, all of a sudden the black people were sending their students off to this free school, because remember, education ain't cheap. Sending their youngins off to these schools that had black teachers, but it was the principal, the funders, the board were all white Englishmen. They started to notice there was a change in the curriculum. This is 1820s, this is 1830s Harlem. Seneca, Algonquin, Iroquois, anybody from those tribes? So Central Park, that used to be Seneca. Okay, Seneca Village for our people, Black Native Americans. So in 1820s and 1830s Harlem, the curriculum in these free African schools start to change. Let's see if I can pull that up for you real quick. I really want to shout out this brother. This is a great man. And then the kids went back home and said, Mom, Dad, they changed the curriculum and they're trying to convince us that we are from Africa. And this is the early 1800s. And do you know they boycotted that school? Do you know black people in Harlem had an uprising and they overthrew that school and they removed the board. Anybody that was trying to get this, I want to make sure we get, I want to really, all right, we're going to go cut over here real quick. This is Harlem. So I wanted to read and point this out. All right. This is why this word it irks my soul. It's something in my ancestral DNA, will not let it go. African is a misnomer in the Americas. See, clergymen, abolitionists. I want to make sure we still got. Are y'all still hearing me okay? reformer, this brother here. His name is Theodore Cedric Wright. He was born a free man in 1797. Thanks to the fact that his parents were born before the revolution from the British monarchy in 1776, July 4th. See, this time prohibited slavery. He attended the New York African Free School. In 1829, he became the first native-born Black American graduate from Princeton Theological Seminary. Why don't we talk about him? Well, we're going to talk about him real quick in this little mini documentary series we're putting together here. After graduation, Theodore Cedric Wright became pastor of the First Colored Presbyterian Church in 1833, now St. James Presbyterian Church in Harlem. Why is this important? This is important because at the same time, the Europeans were going down to West Africa and doing trades with the Dahomey. If anybody's heard about the movie, The African King or The Woman King. If anybody's heard that story, I'm compiling a lot of information, but I'm giving you some accurate context. So while the time that the Dahomey empire was rising up because they were selling their own people into slavery, we were in the Americas already doing things. We already had churches. We already had schools. We already had economy halls. We already had our own government. These people come over and say, oh, Black people must be African. No, Columbus. Just like Columbus before you was wrong, you're wrong here. They go back to the monarch and they lie. They constantly lie about their discoveries. They lie about the relationships they have built. They lie about their intentions. Going back to the brother here. Wright despised slavery and racism, and he spoke openly about it in those days, which could have been a very dangerous thing to do. He is best known for his works as an abolitionist and devotee of Black civil rights. Throughout the 1800s, while the Nigerians were selling their own people into slavery, he was an agent of the New England Anti-Slavery Society, which sponsored his travels and lectures around the country condemning racial prejudice. We're reading here. All right. So as slavery was in the process of being abolished in New York, Theodore Cedric Wright was one of the first to seek and speak out against racism. After opening yet another school with enrollment surpassing 1,000 children, we're talking about over 1,000 children at this school. Dr. Umar can't even open a school. Kanye West can't keep Donda open. But this brother opened yet another school with thousands of so-called Black, African, Indigenous, Black European, Blackamoors, children, whatever you want to call them, Israelites, Hebrews, whatever you want to call these melanated children. While Africa is sending its own people into slavery, into the Caribbean, they never touched the 13 original colonies. Bear with me here. Bear in mind. After opening yet another school with enrollment surpassing 1,000 children, a crisis unfolded. In the early 1830s, see, an albino Neanderthal named Charles Andrew publicly advocated the idea that American Blacks should set up a colony in Africa. They're trying to get us out of here. So the fact that you say that I self-hate or I don't want to claim my African roots, you're sorely mistaken. You don't know enough. He advocated that the American Blacks should set up a colony in Africa as this was being done in Liberia. They said send them all to Liberia. It's always about displacing them. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. Send them to Oklahoma. Send them to west of the Mississippi. Send them to Liberia. Get them out of here. They wanted this to be a fully white nation. And I think at some point they are succeeding. So he publicly advocated for this idea. This was one of the period's most controversial racial issues. See, as by this time, more Black Americans, American Blacks, were native born. And their goal was to achieve equal political rights in the United States. The United States wasn't even 100 years old yet. What is this new United States where we're combining all the estates? Ain't nothing united about the United States, because this estate got something going on. This estate has something else going on. There's nothing united about these United States. Black American students boycotted. Hundreds and thousands of these kids. They boycotted these schools, leading to the Anglo-English immigrant Andrews' dismissal. In 1832, they had to get them up out of there. You got to go. The administration hired Black teachers then to replace the white teachers in each of the city's African free schools. The colonizers created the first African free schools for children of slaves and free people of color in New York City. It was founded by members of the New York Manumission Society, including Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, on November 2nd, 1787. Many of its alumni became leaders in the African American community in New York, and what you today call Harlem. Is it making sense? I have so many other documents where the American Blacks of that time were adamant that we not be called or nudged in the way that we should go to Africa. Is that making sense? I want to make sure I'm making sense here. Great. So when they romanticize Africa, it's sickening to me to know what I know, to know for a fact that the Black Panther is an American Indian spirit animal and a totem representing an entire tribe. They call this the Black Panther clan. All these matriarchal societies had totem animals. They were at one with the spirits. It was a very beautiful thing. It was a very beautiful thing. Are we still here? Are y'all still here with me? Great. Please share this video out and comment what you think so far, because this is a lot. It's a lot of information. Let's see if we can get some more videos for y'all. I really want y'all to. Oh, here comes the sister before we get into her speech, because she's gonna talk to us about the lawsuit. Okay. So ain't no more back and forth about what is what. And I appreciate y'all listening to these people that are fighting for you, and you don't even know that you're American Indian. A lot of your ancestors were told, shut your mouth and don't you dare let anybody know that we are American Indians. Don't you let nobody know we're Seminole. Don't you let nobody know that we're Don't you let nobody know we're Mohawk, Tuscarora, Apache. Don't you tell nobody about your Iroquois background, Shinnecock, Puspatuck, Massachusetts. Don't let nobody know you from Kansas Nation. Don't let nobody know you Lakota. They looking for Indians. They will snatch you out of these homes and put you in these boarding schools, which another thing's happening there. Another thing's happening there. Canada just found some bones under unmarked graves. And so the United States said, well, they're doing that in Canada. We had boarding schools in Pennsylvania. We had boarding schools in Kansas. A lot of y'all's people did not make it. A lot of your grandparents, brothers and sisters didn't make it back home from the assimilation camps today. You call them public schools. This information is very, very tough. So we're going to keep the peace pipe going. This broadcast is brought to you today by Mood Sticks. Mood Sticks, helping us come to peace and terms with this troubled and nuanced past. Let's get to the sister. Let's can we blaze it up together? Can we smoke together or burn incense or burn some sage or burn something? Just last week, Deb Haaland, the first Native American to be Secretary of the Interior. What's the Interior? My family was in the Interior, the Midwest. First time we ever had Native American. She said, if Canada is finding bones under the school and unmarked graves by the hundreds, when are we going to start doing an investigation into these American schools? You think they was out there? This was the motto at the time. Kill the Indian, save the man. We got to make these people slaves. Kill the Indian. They should know nothing. So all the ones running around with their feathers and their regalia on, I'm like, how? I thought y'all had to give all that up. I thought they told y'all to give all that up. So it seems like only one group has amnesia. One group has been put in place to represent what was so they can cover up, oh, there was no massacre. Look, the Indians are still here. What massacre? We didn't kill anybody. The Indians are still here. It's so disheartening. Let's hear from this sister.
No, I think everything is fine here.
Let's see if we can get some volume.
OCO.
OCO.
Tohichu.
Dohichu.
It is a great thing and a great honor to be here in front of my fellow Cherokees to talk a little bit about the freedmen. Now, as most people know, the basis of the freedmen rights, of the Cherokee freedmen rights, is the Treaty of 1866, which was signed by both the United States and the Cherokee Nation leadership. And following that, the nation's people changed the Constitution to line up with the treaty. After that time, until Oklahoma statehood, the freedmen people the freedmen people were a part of the nation, holding office, ranching, teaching, being educated. It was a great day until Oklahoma statehood, which brought devastation to the freedmen of the Cherokee Nation. The Dawes Commission, how it was set up. Then you had race massacres, segregation, all of those things. The Cherokee Nation in the early 1970s, of course, began to become revitalized. And again, this was largely based on federal law allowing the tribe to exercise sovereignty. But again, the freedmen people were discriminated against, so ultimately this resulted in the Descendants of Freedmen Association coming into being, myself being elected the president, and I have been the president since that time. So, and the freedmen people, we did not immediately jump into filing lawsuits. The freedmen people tried to meet with different councilmen, different chiefs. Nothing was going on. First, the freedmen were trying to go to tribal courts. Nothing was really changing. So there was a lawsuit in federal court, the Van lawsuit. I'm the Van person. We went to, we had to go to the appellate court both times, in Washington, D.C. Both times, Mr. Kavanaugh and Mr. Garland, they wrote up rulings attesting to the 1866 treaty. Now, there was also a Lucy Allen case in the tribal court. So again, the freedmen people, we have tried to use our tribal forums too. Ultimately, there were some freedmen registered in the tribe again for a while, until there was a petition against the freedmen. And the freedmen were temporarily removed from the tribe. Now, in 2009, there was another lawsuit, this time filed by the Cherokee Nation itself. This was a national lawsuit. Eventually, the persons that were on the other lawsuit were added to that one, that case was not dismissed either. So ultimately, the Cherokee Nation and the Department of Justice, Interior, lawyers for the freedmen, everybody agreed that the case would be taken before a judge. And in 2017, the freedmen people, we did win. And the judge agreed the freedmen had all the rights of native Cherokees, and that the freedmen people could not be removed from the tribe at will. Now, this became a part of Cherokee law. This decision was entered into the Cherokee Nation courts. So since that time, we've had freedmen people who are exercising their rights, trying to work in the communities. My good friend Leslie Ross is here. His ancestor served on the council. I have other friends who are here, who their ancestors have given service to the tribe. They're giving service in their own communities. Again, there were many people who were a part of this, not just myself, my dear friend Rosalind Brown, and then when I was talking about councilmen, my good friend Mark Harrison, he's a descendant of a Cherokee councilman. He's on the board of one of the Cherokee organizations. So our freedmen people just want to give service. It was really thrilling to be on the Honorable Chief Hoskin was talking about the treaty in Washington, D.C. recently. I felt honored because there were other leaders that they were not really talking about the obligations of the tribes to the freedmen. Just some were just talking about the obligations of the United States to the tribal leadership. But as I said, it was a great day last month to speak before the Senate Indian Affairs Committee. And I appreciate Chief Baker, Chief Hoskin, the cabinet, all the people who are doing great work in order to try to bring the tribe together. As a nation, we are stronger when we're working together as one people, and this tribe can be the most powerful tribe in the nation if we're all coming together, we're all working together. Delaware, Shawnee, freedmen, higher bloods, inside and outside of the nation. So I look forward to trying to provide service to the Cherokee Nation as best I can. And I thank the council members who voted me to the Environmental Protection Commission. It's a great honor. And I thank Chief Hoskin also for making the appointment. God bless and keep you all.
Why though? So we'll get back to that. It's a little bit more. So Rosalind Brown was that kind of like that token that they like to dress up. Good sister. She was amazing. She passed away in so in 2021, I believe. Let's see. So great. So we're gonna hear from her daughter who is taking the reins. So the Browns, a lot of people saying that they're Cherokee. You may have the last name Brown. Bear with us here. Thank you for continuing to watch and comment. I appreciate you all while we make sure that we keep this broadcast going smoothly. Great. This is important. So we're going to cut back over. This happened during the time last month where the Cherokee was having their holiday. Great. So. All right, we're gonna cut back over. I thank you. I thank you. This information, it's very sacred, and I want to present it in the best way possible with the right temperament for sure. And we're gonna get right back over as we get to this sister. She will explain a little bit more about who she is. This is the daughter of Rosalind Brown, who people are out there fighting. Like the sister said, they did not. These black Indians didn't jump right in lawsuits. Should these things, and when they are challenged in court, they're actually upheld, and the federal government has to step in at this point. So that's our next request. We're making strides. For some people, it's not happening fast enough. I can understand that, but bear with us here.
Freedman descent, Melissa Payne. Melissa, would you come on up, please?
OCO, everyone. My name is Melissa Payne, as he just introduced. Many of you got an opportunity to know my mother, Rosalind Brown. She was an amazing spirit, my true inspiration, and a lot of others. If you came in contact with her, then she inspired you. You almost didn't have a choice, but if you would have asked me about 3 years ago, would I be doing this today?
Oh, wait. But I'm continuing her legacy, and this has become so passionate to me now that I've learned more about my ancestors and my Cherokee people. It's an honor. It's an honor to be in all of your presence today. And so I'm going to express to you a little bit about this exhibit that I got to be a part of. An amazing team that put it all together. It was many of us that did this, and it was touching. We went through phases where it was, what should that title be? What should, we thought, we belong. No, we know we belong. We've already been there. We are Cherokee. And it was beautiful to be a part of something that is now going to be history forever, and it's history in itself. And so you have the opportunity now to learn more about it. And for those that don't quite understand why it was so important to honor the freedmen, or honor the treaty in the 1866 treaty, now they have an opportunity to go and look at some of the things that is in this museum, and they can learn about it. So knowledge is important. So you have an opportunity to learn, and this is just the beginning. So during this project, like I said, it was touching, it was moving. You found things that would trigger you while you would read up on it and see it, and it was a healing within it all as well. And so, as I said, it was an honor to be one of the people on the committee to do this and work our way through this whole ordeal. Now, on one side of it, seeing those videos that you've been seeing played on the screen, when we were doing it all Zoom, it was one thing, but when you walk into that museum, if you haven't done it yet, I suggest you all go and look. It's moving, it's moving, and it's beautiful. And so I just would like to say thank you to everybody that was a part of it. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief Hoskins. I wish you were here today. He's so passionate about the freedmen being a part of, or being the equality within us. And you feel it every time you speak with him. He's passionate about it. And I'm just thankful for this opportunity to be able to be a part of history in the making and learning more about history. Forgiving, loving one another. Together, we are stronger as a unit. My mom always said, one blood unity. And here we are, together. Together we are stronger, and we all know that. Again, it's an honor. Water.
I want to get y'all's thoughts. I want to tune in with y'all while I get this stuff together. While we keep the broadcast going. This is very tough. So I appreciate those that tune in. Once this broadcast is over, then I go over to I put this on YouTube. So you can watch it later. Should anything happen, YouTube provides great links. So make sure you subscribe to my YouTube. Try something here. Thank you while I'm testing in between clips. Okay, trying to sync it up here. All right, testing. I'm still testing a little bit here. Trying to sync everything up. Great. Okay. Okay. And we're here. Who's still here with me? Please comment. Let me know if you're still here. So, next we're going into the Supreme Court. Anytime we challenge or we have a challenge, we take it to the Supreme Court. And that's where we have to fight a lot of our cases. Like she was noting, the good sister was noting, we didn't always just necessarily, we were fighting so many things. So when my grandmother was born in this region, it was called Indian Territory. And the United States was still trying to add to its numbers, add more states. So we constantly moving, being displaced. Okay. We have so many stories to tell, so please share the video, invite some people in. We might be able to bring in a guest if they want to try again. We might be able to bring in this guest. We'll see. All right, I want to wait till we get some more people here. Tune in. Let's see. Let's see if I... We can listen to the music. See, I can get some more people, ping some people. People really got this history twisted. That's what critical race theory does. That's exactly. All right, gonna stop here. Here we have mood sticks. Right now they're coming two in a pack. All right. Very discreet, not too loud smelling. So I just want to take some time to let you know what we got going on here. I'm gonna fire it up for our peace pipe. This is how we do the peace fight. We do things a little bit differently. So, like I said, this information will then go up on my YouTube. So thanks to those that tune in. I'm still inviting friends in. Come in, join in. I'm gonna see if I can bring this guest in. Do it on your computer. And we're live. We're still live. That would be cool. We could do. There's a lot of new features on these social media apps, so bear with me while I figure them all out, trying to get more people in because this is a lot of information. Now, out of all of the 5 civilized tribes, why did they call them that? Well, the FBI has noted through its Secretary of War, the War Department of your United States, said there was a Negro problem, there was an Indian problem, we was just a fucking problem. Negro is a Spanish word, Indios is a Spanish word meaning of God. These were the natural indigenous people that just came from the land, just came from nature. Great, I invited a lot of people in. Hopefully they'll be coming in at different times. I know people will flow in and out. Great. Let's take a look at what this brother says here. He said, east of the Mississippi River was Indian country. West of the Mississippi, it's indigenous land either way. Indigenous, we're talking about genes. This is tough because it's like, where do we go? So, I want to get into some of these origin stories as well. For book references. Okay. It's a lot of colorism. So there's like these origin stories. Talks a lot about plant medicine. Yesterday we talked about some Cherokee games. The stickball game. Very, very brutal game. Another indigenous game that the played for entertainment was smaller games were like the marble game. You don't hear about no other cultures playing marbles. Chunky. And then there was a cornstalk shooting game. And sometimes they will reenact those games on the ceremonial grounds. Women were very, very important. Eloi, our world, the women were very important. Another book reference of the Kituwa. So for anybody who wants any books to look up, I put my money into this. And I'm so thankful for anybody that appreciates what I'm doing here today. I want to read a passage here. So there is a Kituwa story, and I'll put that in the chat so you can at least get like this spelling of it. All right, Marcus made it in. Welcome, welcome. Hey, I got some of my favorite peoples here. All right, great. Something you like. It's something you like. So there's a Kituwa story of creation that encompasses the origins of all humans on the planet. So the way I heard the story is that when the creator had completed creating the earth, he thought he should make a creation that would have stewardship over the earth and all other creations. This creation will be called the people. To form this new creation, he used mud from the earth. And so what color is that? If he used mud from the earth, what color do you think these people are? You gotta listen to the origin stories. Are y'all following me here? He used mud from the earth and a stick. What color was this stick? Do you think what color do you think this stick? So damn. Y'all think black people can only come from one place on this planet? Like, what made Africa so special, you know? You want to know more about the slave revolt 1842? Which one? Don't call them slaves, the indigenous people rising up like they did in Haiti. Those are people. No, we're talking about the origin stories. They were originally called peoples, like your peepholes. So he used mud from the earth and a stick. They said he used a stick from the spicewood bush. He mixed his own tears, mucus, and saliva from the spicewood bush to mix it with the soil to make the mud, stirring it with the spicewood stick. Perhaps there might have been some blood mixed in there. I told y'all the nectar of immortality. Maybe even a little bit of dung. Excrement. Maybe a little blood mixed in there. Give or take a few droplets. Similar to the substance that envelops a newborn baby. So think about that, like a placenta. He had a brown powder, like the brown powder that comes from the center of certain rocks. Like the brown powder, he took it and stirred it into the mud. He gathered up a handful of that brown mud and he formed a man. He liked the idea of that specimen. Then he gathered up another handful and formed a female. Then he took a blue-looking powder that is also found within the center of certain rocks. He put that in the mud and he formed a blue-looking transparent skin person. Those are the Europeans. You can see the veins. They were blue in color. You can see their veins. They were blue in color. He created a male and female version of that. Then he added a yellow powder to the mud and formed a yellow man and woman. Finally, he added a black powder to the mud and he formed a black man and black woman. At that time, they were only lifeless figures. He thought they would be the guardian creatures who would have stewardship over everything else. There was no implication in this about having dominion over one another. So the blue people can't go to the black people like, I got you. You're not even the same species, not even the same specimen. There was no brown people going to the yellow people, I rule over you. There was nothing about any of these people having dominion over one another. He didn't intend for someone to enslave another person. When he decided that's what he wanted, he took saliva and mucus from his nose. He spewed it onto them, and they became living creatures. In the art of healing, we use this act of blowing with water and medicine to doctor our patients. This practice imitates the Creator at the point of human creation. It goes that far back. If you're with your spirit in the way you're supposed to be, you can heal by blowing your breath to imitate the breath of life. Why y'all think we over here sitting around these peace pipes? We can add our own, so you got to talk about water is life, fire my spirit, earth my body, air my breath. Get it? Does it make sense now? Because the Kituwa know, the Cherokee know. When they became living people, he told them, I have given you my spirit and you can be like me. You can have my image. You are my children. Get along with one another. and teach your offspring that are born in the spring, especially those that are born in the spring, teach your offspring this way of life. The Creator told them, and that's for people on this continent. So you think you just gonna come over here and bring your gods and you're a refugee and you're fleeing? Your gods clearly didn't look out for you. The Creator then told them, if you build me a temple, I will bring part of my body and my holy light to that temple so you can have it to remind you to teach my laws. All the people treated each other very well in the beginning of this time. This is what we call the first world. They followed the Creator's law, but in time the blue people became very adventuresome. So they became very industriousness as well. They started building cities and they made their own images to worship. In my own thinking, it seems that they're talking about the cradle of civilization. This was most likely around the Euphrates or the Tigris River, where there was a very active volcanic mountain. It would glow in the night, and they believed that God lived in that volcano. Gradually, over a period of time, the yellow people drifted away from the main spiritual teachers as well as the black people. So the blue people, they all went away, they all left. They developed their own kingdoms and their boundaries. You know who stayed? The brown people. They began to get paranoid at one another while they left this first world. And so they formed nations when there was supposed to be just one nation. Then that God that lived in that mountain appeared and spoke to one of our ancestral elders in Cherokee. We refer to this man as Sigil. Sigil, which could be interpreted as Ezekiel. What's nasty? You excrete, you spit, you cry, you sweat, you perspire, you drool. Yes, the human body is all these beautiful and nasty things at the same time. They're already going on inside of you. So if you put it externally, you mix it up, that gives you humans, gives you people. So this is our creation story. You don't have to adhere to it. You don't have to adhere to the creation story. Ezekiel, Sigil. He called his name, and the man acted as if he didn't hear him. He kept doing what he was doing and wouldn't pay attention. There was a second calling of his name, a little bit louder this time. Still yet, the elder didn't pay any attention. He acted like he didn't hear him. And finally, in an abrupt tone, he called his name, Sigil, Ezekiel. Then the man paid attention. The spiritual father spoke to him. I'm very disappointed in the way that your brothers have made a mockery out of my laws. They have made a mockery of my holy light. They have made their own laws, the law of war. They are worshiping their own gods that they created. For that reason, I'm going to reveal to you a ritual. Ooh, a ritual! When you have completed it, there will be a curse upon the people who broke my law. Unknown disease, starvation, unmentioned weapons against one another. And you will have to leave this land. So this is how the ritual went, as directed by the Creator. Ooh, a ritual. Come to my sacred mountain, find an evergreen tree that was struck by my sporadic light. That's lightning. Find an evergreen that's been struck by lightning that has survived. Ooh, those evergreens. It's like all of them, so basically all of them. Collect the green branchlets from that tree and return back home. Then take a sharp instrument and cut your forehead. Let the blood stream down your face. When it reaches your beard, shave the beard off with the blood and mix the hair and the blood and the cedar together. Ooh, cedar! Divide them up into 3 parts and put those parts in 3 separate pouches. Take the first third and hang it underneath your skirt. See, at that time and place, our men wore skirted garments. So did the pharaohs of Kemet, so did the chiefs of this island. They wore skirts. Then take the second third and go to the steps of the temple and cut it up into as many pieces as you can and scatter them into the 4 corners of that temple. Take the final third and build a little fire in front of the temple. Put the third pouch in the fire. Fan the smoke towards the temple. On the 7th day, remove the pouch from under your skirt and burn it like the other part in front of the temple. When you have completed this ritual, call upon the rest of the people. At that point, they had multiplied to 12 nations, 12 tribes. Have them come together. Tell them I told you to move from this land, that you will travel towards the setting sun. You will become the world's traveler. You will go to every continent. The light that made a mockery out of this temple, I have retrieved it. When you are far and still following me, I will give you that light. That's how the Cherokee received the eternal flame, and that eternal flame is still burning. Let's say it came to them on this North American continent through the meditation of 7 holy men, or we call them 7 medicine men. One of the stories that our people used to tell, also thank you Marcus, they talk about the old land. There are 3 stars that come up in the night to the east. 2 stars are in line vertically, and the one at the bottom according to the seasons. Sometimes it's a little to the left in the summer, in the winter a little bit to the right. We call those stars the 3 sons, or the 3 brothers, or the 3 wise men, or Orion's belt. Other people who study the stars will call the belt of Orion or the sleeping giant. Here's a story I'd like to tell. These are the stories. So then there was the end of the first world, then there was the beginning of the second world, and yeah. So we have so many stories, we have so many things that happened, so. I don't have your number. This is the only way you're going to be able to talk to me is in these feeds. Yeah, that's why I do these videos. You can talk to me right now. Wouldn't this be a good time? Or not? Wouldn't this be a good time to talk to me? Hit the chat. So here's a little bit more when we break down those colors. All grades are the same way. So they're not just gonna leave us hanging with all those colors. Then we're gonna get over to the trade languages. Sequoia and Silvery. Alright, so the Cherokee have a water ritual. You better drop whatever you gotta say, drop it in the chat. Thank you. So the water ritual encompasses all 12. We talked about the 12 tribes, the 12 nations, all 12 Kitawa spiritual acknowledgments. They are concepts that acknowledge the sacredness of all life and all that we depend on for their health and well-being. So number 1 is the spirit that is within you when we talk about the 12 nations. The second one is the Father Spirit from which your spirit came. The breath. The third concept is for those 2 spirits coming together. You might call it a reunification. You must not have any greed, selfishness, or egocentric thoughts in order for that reunification to take place. Any negative element can interrupt that reunification. The fourth one is the air that we breathe, and this air that connects us to all living beings. When we honor the air, we are in communion with life. Air is the breath of life, and when in communion with the spirit, air is a source of healing. So, with air and spirit being the source of healing, it is a medicine that can heal. The 5th one is the water that we are made of. We are also connected to creation by water, as it sustains life and is a cleansing agent, lifeblood. Water is life. The 7th is a holy light, that eternal flame or fire. We must honor that fire, for our warm bodies represent the heat of that fire, the eternal flame, is in the spirit of every person. Are we good here? Is this making sense? Number 8 is the brown spirit, honoring the first created brown-skinned human from North America. So then they were like, no, not that brown. Now we're talking about different types of hair. One is hair and one is fur. So the 9th one is the blue spirit, honoring the people commonly known as the white from the European countries. However, you can't identify a race with color. No, that's weird. Even in the Kituwa Cherokee teachers, they tell us because white is a color that belongs to the Creator, that color white is synonymous with the eternal flame. You ever seen that white fire? The 10th one is the yellow spirit, honoring the yellow races of people, which cover the people from the Asian countries. The 11th is the black spirit, honoring those people from the African continent. There's a clear distinction. The North American people of Turtle Island are the brown people, and the Kituwa Cherokee teachers, they teach us that the brown people are the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. The 12th nation, the 12th tribe, the 12th is the eternal energy that is formed from the unification mentioned previously, the total, comprehensive, eternal nature of spirituality that one earns by honoring the reunification of spirits. So this is the Kituwa spirituality. Healing through the spirit, we talked about the air and the breath. So our Kituwa teachings say that a migration took place at the end of our first world. There are people on this continent that are still connected. When y'all want to talk about Noah and his flood, y'all want to talk about the ice, polar caps. It did not take over the entire world. Maybe 80, and that's a good chunk. But there were people that survived the ice age. There are humans that survived the ice age. Even some of them had brown skin, and their eyes were blue in color. You find those people in Wales, Great Britain, Scotland, and Ireland. Great. Are y'all following me here? Are we still here? So I just want to make sure. So, our Kituwa teachings say that a migration takes place at the end of our first world, or at the end of our time in the old country. This migration comes in the form of a flood and leads the people to another land. They say that this flood created new continents, including this North American continent as we know it's shaped today. So there was the meteor that hit, threw everything off whack. We get a tilt. Now we have polar caps. Then those polar caps consume everything, but they're slowly, as we can see, even still today, melting away. That makes a rise in the sea level. It's changing the shapes of continents. Atlantis is just, sorry to Atlantis. Well, your new people are called the Atlanteans. Atlanta. The Atlantic. So before it was the Atlantic Ocean, there was a lower land, and it goes into, so this, it's like, and then North America. We see evidence of this with the Great Lakes. If you're familiar with the Great Lakes, where are you all from? I need to hit the chat. We have 7 people in here. Let me know where y'all from. Comment where y'all located right now, or if you want to let us know, or something specifically about your grandparents that you want to find out. Let me know where you're from. And okay, Atlanta, the Atlantic Ocean. There's a whole civilization under there. When the polar caps start melting, my gosh, the water got to go somewhere. So we went to the basin and went to what we call the ocean floor. Every ocean has a floor. So there's so many worlds even within this planet. So when you talk about the clouds, you're talking about a river. People starting to see ocean formations in the clouds. The rippling, That's the vibrations. So our people, I grew up learning how to read the clouds, the stars, the sun, and the moon. This is connected to agriculture. This is how you eat. So we're getting back to the indigenous ways. So you heard the Muskogee brother. We are calling on President Biden. We challenging Biden. Biden's like, just tell me what you want to do, and we're getting it done. We're getting land back. Nah, I got land that says it belongs to the United States. You have to pay us for that. However they got that land, we're the original. So let's take this back to 1904, shall we? Let's take this back to 1898, shall we? Let's take this back to 1830, shall we? We could. Okay, y'all don't believe me. All right, I don't think y'all believe me. I don't think y'all believe me. We're gonna have to do another video, yay! Now we're back. Let's do another video. That was our little peace pipe break. Oh, yeah, what did he say? Don't believe me, just watch. Dang, Bruno Mars is taking all our little sayings, ain't he? He thinks he's the reincarnation Hawaiian Pacific version of James Brown. Oh my gosh, who told him that? He been hanging out with Anderson .Paak, giving y'all R&B cultural appropriation. At least Anderson .Paak is getting some money off of it. He's amazing. He's an amazing artist. Don't sleep on Anderson .Paak. Don't you dare. All right. So maybe I don't think y'all believe me. Florida man through Louisiana. Uh-oh, come on. Seminole, come on. Yes. So we are fighting for y'all. Somebody said those that are in are not fighting. No, we want Chickasha to do right. We want everybody to do right by our people. We're the people. Jeez. We couldn't have incest, so we had to break off into other groups and factions, fractions. Maybe I don't think y'all believe me. Don't believe me, just watch. Y'all know. I'm just giving y'all clippings. I'm just giving y'all trailers. I need to put it together. I need to make a movie. Oh my gosh, I need to make a movie. I went to Tulsa last year. Has anybody been? Some people say, Lila, you inspire me to go to Greenwood. Some people have been inspired by my travels and my journeys. Yeah. People are like, you talk about Tulsa so much. I hear you, Lila. I went to the Park of Reconciliation. We're going to pause it so you can read some of the video. I ended up right at the top of it. The first one. I was so honored. I just turned my camera on, I just started rolling. All right, so we're talking about the Trail of Tears. And we're going to get into it. I want y'all to read this information. I'm presenting here for you today. We're going to the John Hope Franklin Reconciliation Park, International Site of Conscience. Talk about what happened, what y'all did to these black people y'all saying didn't exist. So are y'all with me? Let me know you're still here. And I want y'all to, we'll pause it so you can read some of these stories. Try to pause it so you can read it. Alabama's in the house. I see y'all. Okay. All right. The Trails of Tears was our trail too. From North Carolina and Tennessee, Alabama and Georgia, Mississippi and Florida. Did we name any of those? Any of those states come up? Okay. Listen. We came walking 1,000 miles through the summer heat. And wind, Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasha. Those are the squaws. Seminole, brothers and sisters, slave and free. These are prisoners of war. Somebody wants to talk about a revolt? Here's one. They didn't just leave them there, they carried them there, and they took on their identities. They took on their language. They took on their rituals, their tribal law. They said, now we are. So they just, but the fight goes on. So we'll continue on here. On the following day, wild and sudden, gusts of winds on the river were making our advance dangerous. After persevering till about noon, we paddled to the left shore of a thriving Cherokee settlement. None of the family spoke either French or English, with the exception of a Negro slave girl, who acted as our interpreter. See this word Negro? Charles Joseph Latrobe, helping to translate French and English. How would this Spanish Moor girl, so this is called The Rambler in North America, this is 1836. None of the family spoke French or English, but this Spanish, why she just known by her color? Jeez. We continue on. He was English. This one's a heavy one. Are y'all still here with me? I want to make sure we're still coming in clear. It's 1:11 on the West Coast. Great. Ping your friends in. Welcome. All right, we're going to read this one. All right, so thank you for listening. We have been here for more than 400 years. We've been called many things. We've been called Africans, called natives, citizens of the 5 civilized tribes, and we've been called slaves. In the 16th century, we walked alongside the Spanish as they searched for the lost cities of gold. Those were your Moors, the Spanish. In 1719, we accompanied the French up the Arkansas River, bringing trade goods to the Osage and the Wichita. When the Americans came, we were among them. We rode with Thomas Newtall in 1819 and with Major Long in 1820. When Washington Irving visited in 1832, we were already here to meet him. We were scouts, we were interpreters, we were explorers and runaways, women and men, infants and children, slave and free. We sat down beside the campfires of the Caddo, that's Louisiana, that's your Black Panther clan right there. And we sat beside the campfires of the Pawnee, Shawnee as well. We drank the pure waters of the creeks and rivers and felt the prairie wind on our faces. With Africa in our blood, we built new lives in the land of the blackjack and the tall grass, the eagle and the buffalo. of walk on top in the skies that never end. We have been here for centuries. We were Oklahomans before there was an Oklahoma. Okamogi. Telegua. Konnichiwa. So fun. So fun. Let's keep going here. So fun. They talk your shit back to Tulsa. Alright, we'll pause it right here. But storm clouds were gathering. In 1907, the Indian nations were dissolved, so they claimed, into the state of Oklahoma. They just be saying people was dissolved, and that's not the case. The Supreme Court ruled in the summer of 2020 that they did not disband, they did not dissolve. It's not true. And the Indian nations were dissolved into the state of Oklahoma with segregation as the first law of the land. Do you hear us? Once it was no longer called Indian country or Indian territory, overnight Jim Crow. Because they said so. That is not how things work. Suddenly Jim Crow declared our world to be black and white. In 1910, the state legislature barred us from voting. By 1920, more than 24 African Americans had been lynched by white mobs, terrorism groups across Oklahoma, but none in Tulsa. Then on May 31st, 1921, an African teenager named Dick Rowland was accused of assaulting a white woman named Sarah Page. An angry mob of whites soon formed to lynch Rowland, who was being held at the Tulsa County Courthouse. Soon a group of World War veterans went downtown in order to protect Rowland and prevent the lynchings from happening. But when a scuffle broke out and a shot was fired, the white mob turned its wrath against all of us and against Greenwood. Tulsa's darkest hour had begun. The violence was unprecedented. Given a free hand and guns by the local authorities, white rioters, terrorists, insurrectionists, people that had never even paid attention to the law, attacked us on the streets and in our homes, and lit the first fires along the edges of Greenwood. We fought back with guns and determination and defended our homes and businesses, families and churches. But when dawn broke out the morning of June 1st, 1921, thousands of Neanderthals, troglodytes, some armed with machine guns, gathered to invade Greenwood. We were simply outnumbered and outgunned. Where'd they come from? This was war on Indian territory. Are y'all following? They're locking their doors every time a black person. Thank you, Marcus, for that comment. Because they're like, why haven't they retaliated? You have amnesia. They're trying to figure out why haven't they retaliated all this stuff. They did. They're like, are they gonna? Is the day they're gonna retaliate? Nope. We let them live in peace. Welcome to the peace fight. While things were happening out in little bitty town Oklahoma, Big Tulsa was like, well, that's that country hick shit. Until it comes to your fucking front door. It's coming. We're just in what, year zero of Putin's war. So tomorrow, part of our weekend edition, we're going to be talking about Russia. We'll make our way over. Block by block, the tidal wave of terrorism came as these armed Neanderthal troglodytes broke into and looted our homes and our businesses. What the fuck? Then they set them on fire. Something they've been wanting to do for a very long time, but no, we let it. Peace, 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 until they decide today's the day they're going to rise up. Then they set them on fire. The police and National Guard, meanwhile, rather than try to stop the white riders, instead then arrested the black people. They were all working together. The National Guard, people didn't even have nothing to do with any of this. You got goddamn right, pay reparations. By the end of the day, whites had burned down more than 1,000 of our homes and businesses. This is state-sponsored terrorism. This is Indian. Remember, just a few years ago, this was Indian territory and more than 15 of our churches. And while we were held under armed guard, our dead were burned in unmarked graves. Greenwood, it seemed, was gone. When the Old West was new, when it was just the West, because Kanye said he don't want his slave last name. Remember Kanye said he don't want that West. So we got a West available. Somebody doesn't want to claim the West. When the Old West was new, he found us everywhere. We were buffalo soldiers. We were cattle punchers. Rodeo legends and frontier lawmen. One out of every 3 cowboys who drove the herds of cattle of the trail from Texas was either African American or Hispanic. We came to Oklahoma from all across the country. Thousands of us on foot in wagons or on horseback. Making the run of 89, staking out farms and ranches, building new lives, nor was that all. See, in 1907, by 1907, when Oklahoma became a state, we had established more than 24 all-black towns. At Langston, we founded a university, and here in Tulsa, we built an African-American multiracial community like no other. The Africans who came over as slaves got with us, the Americans. Together, they are African American. Multiracial communities, like no other. You see, we saw what they were doing to those black people. We're brown. We saw what they were doing to the black Africans. Okay? So we said, we'll come to Indian country and get with us. Double up. This is terrorism, this is war. So, in Tulsa, we built an African-American multiracial community like no other, with 2 newspapers and more than a half a dozen hotels, 2 theaters, 15 churches, dozens of restaurants and grocery stores, and even a Madam C.J. Walker beauty school. Out of grit and hard work, brick and mortar, we built our own piece of the American dream. We called it Greenwood. Many of us fought slavery in every way possible. When they told us We must not learn to read. We stole books and newspapers and learned anyway. We ran away when we could, hiding in the woods and river bottoms, and held secret prayer meetings when we could. And in 1842, near Weber Falls, we launched one of the largest slave revolts in all of American history. The White Man's Civil War was also a civil war within the Indian nations. When war came, slaves and slaveholders chose sides, pitting brother against brother. The Union victories at Honey Springs and Cabin Creek in July of 1863 led to the enforcement of the Cherokee Emancipation Proclamation, freeing slaves long before the December 1865 ratification of the 13th Amendment. Beat ya to it! We're July! Cherokee freed their slaves. Beat you to it, copycats! When freedom finally came, it came not as a gift. We have freed ourselves. John Hope Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Great. So I wanted to bring all that up in between. This is endurance. This is a marathon. This is not for those that get tired. You can't get tired. Thank you. Great. Yes. Goodness, who's still here with me? Great. All those different states. And we talked, I'm so happy to bring the language. We did a little bit of language today. So I keep having this want to go over to Russia. So we're making our way to Russia. It's going to be good. So we brought a lot of information here, so I have to make sure y'all still here. So, it's so great. It's so amazing. These white people have no nationality. They have no. What is that? They are so rude. They're so mean. They just hate these people. So to them, I say, where did you bring them in from? Did you bring them in from the Caribbean? So and then the Africans go to the Caribbean. This is a lot of transportation. Very expensive. So all these ships, all these slave ships should be well documented, and they don't have any for the original colonies, any slave ships coming in, all these slave voyages. They go down to South America, so that's where a lot of the Yoruba and Nigerians were sending theirs. To the Caribbean, then you go over. So there were parts still unknown. They had not yet tracked and really didn't even know about a Mississippi River until about 1920s, around that era. Give or take a few 50 years or something. Maybe about 1820, they started to realize there was a whole lot more land. At this point, Russia was already coming over, had ships, business, doing all kinds of things from Americas, and never subjugated, enslaved anyone. We don't know where they're coming from with this. Even if you talk about serfdom, nobody is making anybody slaves. And guess what? These people did not outnumber the natives. Maybe some regions they outnumber, but you put all that together, the indigenous population could never be outnumbered. So a lot of communication. I feel like, this is my theory, that some tribes went and asked for help, and some tribes must have said no. we can't help you, didn't believe the threat, and there's no second chances on shit like this. So they had to go back home and fight their battles. And those are the Hawaiians. That's on the American Indo-Pacific front, Pacifico. So, yeah, what's Pacific? What's that about? What are these names about? So very tropical island regions. Could be so much more than that. I'm talking about islands. And so again, that whole Great Pacific, you just think there was absolutely nothing there. Have you seen Russia? Just all connected. You think there's just a little strip of land left. So there were mass extinction periods. That's what happened. And so some people survived. Man. At this point, yes, you just want to rest in peace. But they keep procreating and bringing new life. And bacteria is not stopping, mold, all that stuff. Amoebas are still growing, all that. And here comes COVID. Here comes COVID. So the voting is changing. Make sure you take care of yourself. There's a group of people that are infertile. It shouldn't be this difficult. I'm trying to understand why it's so difficult. People are getting really confused by the mixed. But choose a side already. Choose a side already. Great. Don't be a super predator out there. Don't be a beta bitch. Keep it real dignified. Have some fucking integrity. This is everything is not a twerking game and a gyrating. Okay. Anybody was worried about the population count? I think Nick Cannon and was it Kiki Wyatt? I think they've proven that. Okay, they having fun, but they just won't stop. So then there becomes this thing where then you start working your children like Joe Jackson and the Jackson 5. So then all of a sudden your kids break away and be like, no, Dad. Beyonce, no, Dad. I want them to manage me. But I guess she had married a drug dealer, musician in the name of Jay-Z. So Kanye West said his surname is a slave name. It's a great direction. His mom's from Oklahoma. Kanye had footage of himself in Oklahoma, okay? I've seen Kanye with a TP on his land in Wyoming. So I think he figured it out, like a barn and everything. So now he has no choice. What is he going to apologize and go back to the Jews? He apologized. Kanye apologized. And people are like, that's not an apology. Oh my God. Now, that's his form of apology. So we're going to keep the song music going again. Hopefully you enjoy it. Great, who's still here with me? Tulsa already knows all these things. And we're still alive. Wow,
that was a great discovery. How did I miss that one? The Cherokee, they call them five civilized tribes because they have their own schools, their own roads, their own trails and paths. They already had their own routes. We're still alive. Great. Let's see what else we got here. I want to do this Supreme. I got to get this one. I'm just going to go to the. Well, I think they were preparing for the Supreme. It was a hearing. Let's go ahead and get this going. Thank you to those that are still here. Anyone that's still here, I appreciate you. We're going to shoot right over.
To order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the subcommittee at any time. Without objection, members of the full committee not on this subcommittee are authorized to participate in this hearing today. This hearing is entitled Reauthorization, addressing the historic disinvestment and ongoing plight of the freedmen and the Native American communities. I now recognize myself for 3 minutes. The treatment of the original inhabitants of the North American continent has been a stain on the history of our great nation. The establishment and expansion of the United States included the seizure and forced removal of Native Americans from their homes, particularly under Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act. Subsequent legislation contained to oppress and limit the mobility of Native Americans. The United States signed more than 370 treaties, passed laws, and instituted policies that have come to define the special government-to-government relationship between the federal and tribal governments. And that obligates the federal government to promote the general well-being of Native American tribes. Yet the United States has failed to provide that assistance. Native American communities continue to experience disproportionately high poverty rates and low incomes, overcrowding, chronic homelessness, and the lack of basic utilities such as plumbing, clean drinking water, and heat, and face barriers to housing and community development. In 1996, Congress passed the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, which provides federal funding to tribal areas via the Native American Housing Block Grant. That program is intended to support safe, decent, and affordable housing in tribal areas while respecting the tribal sovereignty. Today's hearing is focused on the need to reauthorize NASTA, which is the central statutory framework through which the federal government helps tribal governments improve housing and other infrastructure. We're also here today to understand the history of the Black Native American freedmen. If you're not familiar with this particular history, then I encourage you to take a good look and listening to this hearing today. Also, we're going to look at how certain tribes, including Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Muskegon, Creek, and Seminole nations, known as the Five Tribes, purchased and enslaved Black people from Africa. The Five Tribes did sign treaty agreements and abolish slavery by freeing any enslaved individuals and agreed to treat them and their lineal descendants equal to Native citizens. Today's hearing will discuss this turbulent history and how Congress may be used to ensure that all federally recognized tribes will receive the support and flexibility to make local decisions and how they serve low-income families. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman. She's not here yet. The chair now recognizes Mr. Hill, the ranking member of the committee.
Well, I thank the chairman. I thank you for holding this hearing today. I thank our panelists for being with us today. We're here to talk about the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act that we refer to as NAHASDA. In many ways, this hearing is long overdue, and there's much to discuss.
Are y'all with me? That was my representative. That's where I was born. That's who we rock with. That's my super PAC. So while people are complaining on Twitter, Clubhouse, and fan base, we are doing things in real life. So that's my representative. Money well spent. Yeah, we don't have money. Like we can't also donate to political candidates. Y'all get it together. So you're gonna hear from some important people here. And the fact that he's the chairman, I feel quite all right. He knows he's Indian. He knows he's Indian.
In fact, other than a 2017 field hearing in Wisconsin held by former then-chairman Sean Duffy, this committee has not even had a hearing on NAHASDA in 14 years, going all the way back to June of 2007. Moreover, while NAHASDA has been amended several times since it was enacted, it's only been reauthorized twice, once in 2002, once in 2008. And the program is currently receiving appropriations from the Congress without authorization. That passive level of oversight bordering on apathy is no good way to run our government or to administer this program. But it's even more devastating given the extreme level of present need for too many of our 570 federally recognized American Indian and Alaska Native tribes. It almost defies belief to witness the persistent pockets of poverty on tribal lands. According to a Brookings Institute report from 2019, child poverty rates among American Indians and Alaska Natives are consistently exceeding 40% for almost the past 30 years. That's unacceptable to me, and I know it is to our chair and all the participants on our panel today. And we've got to figure out a more effective way to combat it. While there are many technical questions to discuss here, I think it's important that we ask some bigger questions in order to get to the heart of the matter of these reforms, such as, has NAHASDA been successful in accomplishing its objective? How can the tribes better leverage private capital to enhance their economic development opportunities? How can we better increase accountability for the use of NAHASDA funds while maintaining the core principle of tribal self-determination? After all, the worst thing anyone could take away from this hearing today is the notion that we just enact a new NAHASDA reauthorization and all the myriad problems and complexities in Indian country will simply go away. I wish that were the case, but life is never that simple. Still, anything worth doing is worth doing well. And good federal policy that leads to quality economic development, and with hard work and diligence, economic prosperity for our brothers and sisters on tribal lands is certainly worth our time and effort. Which brings me to another point about certain level of inescapable irony here. Just a week ago, we had the HUD Secretary, Secretary Fudge, sitting in this very room proclaiming that she had no idea how much COVID emergency rental assistance money had been approved by Congress last year and had gotten into the hands of distressed tenants. That quote came nearly after 6 weeks after I wrote Secretary Fudge a letter with my colleague from Illinois, Rodney Davis, and asked her in June, finding out why HUD has still not spent the CARES Act money from 16 months ago, a letter to which she has not yet responded. Such a level of irresponsibility and disengagement is the last thing the American people want to hear right now. And now, 1 week later, we're here talking about giving HUD more tribal rental assistance funding and expecting it to produce better and more productive results. Last week, some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle seemed willing to let accountability slip. Well, you can be assured on this side of the aisle, we do intend to hold HUD and others in the government accountable on their COVID emergency spending and on making sure every dollar authorized for NAHASDA ends up going to a worthy cause without any unnecessary delay. Our citizens who rely on programs like NAHASDA deserve the level of accountability from Washington, and our job at this hearing and oversight to ensure that every promise that we make is a promise that the U.S. government will keep. I thank the chairman and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the chairwoman of the full committee on financial services, the gentlewoman from Los Angeles, Ms. Waters.
Thank you, Chairman Cleaver, for convening this important meeting. Unequal access to housing sits at the heart of many racial and economic injustices across the country, including among Native American communities. The legacy of land and cultural dispossession has contributed to Native people experiencing, of course, high levels of chronic homelessness, overcrowding, and poor housing conditions. We also know that a key determinant of housing access on reservations is tribal citizenship, which is one of the barriers faced by descendants of Black Native American freedmen today. Many remain unaware of the ongoing plight of the descendants of freemen, whose ancestors were held as enslaved people by 5 slave-holding tribes, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Muskogee Creek, and Seminole. Today, under their 1866 treaty agreements with the United States government, these tribes must recognize descendants of freemen as tribal citizens and guarantee equal access to federal housing resources. While many confuse this issue with tribal sovereignty, I want to be clear that this is not a tribal sovereignty issue. Rather, it's about honoring the treaty rights promised to the freedmen and their descendants all those centuries ago. While it took decades of litigation, I'm pleased that Chief Hoskin is leading the Cherokee Nation to honor the rights of Cherokee freedmen. Other tribes must follow suit. Today, we are considering my legislation to address Native housing needs by reauthorizing the HOSDA programs and guaranteeing equal access for all tribal citizens, including the descendants of freedmen. I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony. This is a fight that's about fairness and equality. For one minority group to discriminate against a minority group cannot stand. And as the chair of this committee, I don't intend for it to stand. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of our distinguished panel. Thank you all for being here. First, we have Mr. Chuck Hoskins, the Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation. Next, we have Mr. Chris Kolark, the Director of Public Policy and Government Affairs with the Cook Inlet Housing Authority. Next, we have Ms. Marilyn Vann, the President of the Descendants of Freedmen of the 5 Tribes Association. Next, we have Mr. Anthony Walters, the Executive Director of the National American Indian Housing Council. And finally, we have Mr. Jackson Browsey, the Executive Director of the Native CFDI Network. Witnesses are reminded that their oral testimony will be limited to 5 minutes. You should be able to see a timer on the desk in the front of you that will indicate how much time you have left. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will appear, and I may tap very gently to remind you that your time is approaching the end. I would also ask that you be mindful of the timer, and when the red light appears, to quickly wrap up. Without objection, your written statement will be made a part of the record. Mr. Hoskin, you are now given 5 minutes.
OCO, hello in Cherokee. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Hill, Chairwoman Waters, distinguished members of the subcommittee, I'm Chuck Hoskin Jr., Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black once wrote that great nations, like great men, should keep their promises. I want to share a few words with you about Cherokee Nation's work to meet a promise that our nation made to the Cherokee freedmen and their descendants through the Treaty of 1866. That treaty is a living, powerful, and foundational document, Mr. Chairman, that ties together all of the Cherokee Nation treaties that existed before it. When we speak of our most important treaty rights, from our reservation lands to our right to a delegate to the House of Representatives, what we're really pointing to is language in the Treaty of 1866 that says that all provisions of treaties heretofore ratified and enforced are hereby reaffirmed and declared to be in full force. It's a document that we as Cherokees must defend and preserve. Article 9 of the treaty, Mr. Chairman, states that all freedmen and their descendants shall have all the rights of native Cherokees, not some of the rights, Mr. Chairman, all of the rights of native Cherokees. Now, we criticize the United States when it fails to live up to its treaty obligations, yet we have the same responsibility. So for Cherokee Nation, the issue of freedmen citizenship was really settled 155 years ago in the treaty that we agreed to, that the Senate ratified and that the President of the United States signed. It was settled, Mr. Chairman, by our ancestors. Now, we talk a great deal in Cherokee culture about respecting our ancestors, seeking guidance from them. Well, they were clear in 1866. They agreed by treaty to forever cede the right to exclude freedmen and their descendants. Because of this, some of the actions taken by some of my predecessors to exclude freedmen were void ab initio. That is, Mr. Chairman, void from the beginning. Quite simply, Cherokee Nation has not possessed the ability since 1866 to deny full citizenship to freedmen. The enslavement of other human beings and the subsequent denial to them and their descendants of basic rights is a stain on the Cherokee Nation, and it is a stain that must be lifted. I offer both an apology on behalf of the Cherokee Nation for these actions, and more importantly, Mr. Chairman, I offer a commitment to reconciliation. I'm proud of the actions that we've taken over the last decade to begin to right these wrongs. We did not appeal the federal district court decision in the Nash case, which confirmed that the 1866 treaty is alive and well and preserves the rights of freedmen to have all the rights of native Cherokees. The day after that historic decision in 2017, our own Cherokee Nation Supreme Court affirmed that same principle. The Nash decision is the law of the land in the Cherokee Nation. We immediately began processing applications for citizenship of freedmen descendants, and to this day, and on an ongoing basis, 8,500 applications for citizenship have been processed. Earlier this year, our Supreme Court determined that by blood language in our Constitution was also in violation of the Treaty of 1866, and that language was void also from its inception. Secretary Holland recently recognized that the Cherokee Nation have brought the longstanding issue of freedmen citizenship to a close and fulfilled our obligations when she approved our Constitution. But Mr. Chairman, we know we must do more than just acknowledge the legal principle of equality. We have to embrace the spirit of equality every day. And we know it doesn't happen overnight. For more than a century, freedmen have been disconnected from the Cherokee Nation. They've not had the same experience as Cherokee citizens. We've got to bridge that gap. So to that end, I issued an executive order November 7th of last year on equality, to reaffirm equality in the Cherokee Nation, to knock down barriers to access to services and programs if they exist. We've also undertaken an effort to recognize and celebrate freedmen history and freedmen art so that we can celebrate our full history in the Cherokee Nation. I want to close by saying that the reason I'm here today is because it's a moral imperative that I be here and that the Cherokee Nation recognize equality. I'm not here because of the 2008 Nahasda rider that addressed the freedmen issue. We took these actions because it was the right thing to do. I don't believe Congress should condition federal housing policy and dollars on this type of public policy end. I think it breeds antipathy. I don't think it breeds understanding. But I will say this, Mr. Chairman, the Cherokee Nation is a better nation, a stronger nation for having kept its promise with respect to equality for freedmen. Widow.
Thank you, Mr. Hoskins. Mr. Walters, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'd like to thank Chairman Cleaver, Ranking Member Hill, Chairwoman Maxine Waters, members of the subcommittee for holding this hearing today and for inviting NEIHC to provide testimony regarding Nahasda.
We're going to skip ahead to the sister melanated news you can use.
For answering any questions you may have. Thank you again for your support in improving housing opportunities for tribal communities across the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Ms. Van, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation.
Greetings, Chairman Cleaver, Ranking Member Hill, and members of the House Financial Services Committee. I'm Marilyn Van.
Your microphone, probably. Yes.
Greetings, Chairman Cleaver, Ranking Member Hill, and members of the House Financial Services Committee. I'm Marion Van, President of Descendants of Freedmen with the Five Civilized Tribes Association. I'm a member of the Cherokee Nation of Freedmen Descendant. The organization supports enforcement of 1866 treaty rights of descendants of freedmen who face discrimination in tribal registration and accessing federal funded services. I want to thank the subcommittee for holding this hearing. And I want to thank Chairman Waters and staff for support of the freedmen and the HOSDA. Today I request the members support Title VI, Section 604 compliance section in the final HOSDA reauthorization bill that is adopted by Congress. If adopted as written, Secretary of HUD would be authorized to reduce or withhold a HOSDA for one or more of the 5 tribes that such tribe is found to be in violation of its 1866 treaty obligations to freedmen descendants that were registered on the Dawes rolls. I point out that none of these received degrees of blood. The rolls were approved by Congress in 1907. Currently, only the Cherokee Nation works to fulfill its treaty obligations to freedmen descendants. Almost all of the freedmen were black slaves of tribal members. Prior to the Civil War, the tribes allied with the Confederate States to protect slavery, and at the end of the Civil War, signed new treaties with the U.S. These treaties granted the Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole freedmen their descendants the rights of Native Indians and citizenship. Many of the descendants of freedmen today are impoverished and in need of housing due to no fault of their own. This began during slavery when there were black codes, slave codes. Blacks were barred from education, acquired assets, later suffering race massacres like in Tulsa, Jim Crow laws and redlining from the U.S. government. Starting in 1979, tribal nations passed laws to exclude freedmen or treat freedmen descendants as second-class citizens. Blacks in Oklahoma have lower home ownership rates and lower income than Native Americans, and both communities less than whites. As a result of past and current systemic racism, descendants of freedmen have substantial housing needs. Some who need assistance include such freedmen, Creek freedmen descendants as Mr. Lovett of Okmulgee, a senior citizen on disability who needs rental assistance. He's had a double lung transplant. Mrs. Wilson of Okmulgee, a widow senior citizen who desperately needs a roof. She has a tarp on her roof, needing housing repairs. Miss Rice of Okmulgee, a single mom who works a part-time job and is a student, needing rental assistance, tried to get from the Creek Nation but was turned away. Now, can the tribes change without, will the tribes change without federal intervention? History says no. Cherokee Nation only came into compliance after federal court decisions in Cherokee Nation versus Nash and Van versus Zenke cases. And passage of the Freedmen Protective Language in the 2008 HOSDA Reauthorization Act, and at great personal cost to the freedmen descendants and their allies. The nation spent millions to exclude freedmen in the previous administrations. Some council persons and candidates for office still oppose freedmen citizenship. I appreciate the former Chief Baker and Chief Hoskins for what they've done to honor the treaties. Moving on to the Seminole Nation, they exclude freedmen descendants from receiving services even after they lost Seminole Nation versus Norton case in 2001. They've recategorized the freedmen as citizens rather than members, reusing the freedmen tribal membership cards to say 00, blood quantum, and voting privileges only. And they tell other tribes that freedmen do not qualify for services. And in spite of the DOI and HUD instructing the tribe that freedmen descendants do qualify for services. The Muskogee Creek Nation The leadership stated that dialogue is needed about freedmen, but does nothing. The tribe stresses validity of the 1866 Treaty, Article 3, which confirms the reservation, see the McGirt case. This is silent about Article 2 of the treaty, granting freedmen the rights to share in national funds. In conclusion, tribal governments receive monies for the housing programs, but the majority of freedmen are excluded. I ask you include the treaty obligation language in the final bill and support its passage in the full House. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kolarok, you are now awarded 5 minutes.
Today, we're here to discuss the chronic housing and community development needs of Native American communities and the reauthorization of Native housing programs. However, we must ensure that federal funds are not used to perpetuate anti-Blackness and racial injustice. Not many are familiar with the history of those who came to be known as the freedmen. The freedmen were Black individuals who were enslaved by 5 formerly slave-holding tribal nations. The freedmen were forced to walk the Trail of Tears alongside their slave masters, and at the end of the Civil War, were guaranteed full tribal citizenship under treaty agreements between these formerly slave-holding tribes and the United States government in 1866. While tribes like the Cherokee Nation have begun to make good on that promise after decades of litigation, others have not. To this day, there are descendants of Native American freedmen who are denied the full benefits of equal citizenship in certain tribes based on their African ancestry. Ms. Van, first of all, before I say thank you to you, I want to say thank you to Chuck Hoskins Jr., Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation. I want to thank you for your wonderful presentation here today and the way that you describe what is right and what is fair. And so I would hope that the other tribes would follow suit. But as I have gone through understanding each of these tribes, I'm understanding that they have no intentions of doing it. And once somebody said, well, let this issue be settled in the courts. Well, there's some that haven't even started to even talk about going to the courts. They just don't do it. They just don't want to do it. And so, Ms. Van, I'd like to say thank you for never wavering on your fight for human dignity and equal recognition as a descendant of freedmen, despite the complex layers of what it means to be both Black and Indigenous. I know that has not been easy. Your tireless efforts paid off when the Cherokee Nation finally began to recognize you and follow descendants of freedmen as equal citizens of the Cherokee Nation. However, the fight continues for many other freedmen descendants of other tribal nations that continue to disenfranchise and marginalize them. Your organization represents descendants of freedmen from all of these tribes. Can you tell us about the ongoing struggle for those descendants of freedmen who continue to be discriminated against despite treaty obligation that you protect them? Are they in need of housing? Are they in need of health care? Or just as we're talking about reauthorization and we're talking about how desperate it is for everybody, are the descendants desperate also? Do they need to share in these appropriations that they get from the federal government? And I want to tell with CDFI, of course, we're responsible for CDFI funding right here in this committee. And we did a great job in giving COVID money to all of the tribes. And I won't go through the numbers. Let Ms. Van please respond to my question.
Greetings, Chairwoman Waters. Thank you again. Yes, ma'am, the descendants of freedmen people, they are in desperate need of housing as well as other programs. I really didn't have time to get into the Choctaw and Chickasaw freedmen, but yes, ma'am, they also have great needs too. We have here 2 representatives of the Seminole Nation, the freedmen bands. They are in the Seminole Nation, for instance, there are persons who cannot, who have homes they can no longer live in. desperate poverty among the freedmen people. You were talking about other services, medical services within the pandemic. Freedmen not being able to get shots. And Seminole Nation telling IHS,
as I understand it, interrupt you just for a minute. The Seminole denied vaccination for COVID-19, despite the fact that we had given the money to all of the tribes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They had told IHS and gave them a list of people to not serve. To not serve them with vaccinations, and people died, including leaders of the freedmen people. That's correct.
I don't know what else to say. Yes, the case is very clear. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this meeting. It's so very important. But I want to tell you, this issue is not going to go away. I am going to work on this issue until we get the right thing done. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman from California for her prophetic comments. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chairman Cleaver and Ranking Member Hill, for organizing this hearing, and thanks to our witnesses. More extemporaneously, other than your comments that you had here. But I would like to hear your view. You were praised by the chairperson of the full committee. I hear more of your testimony, and I apologize again that I wasn't here. I'll let you add to what you said earlier.
Thank you, Congressman, and I appreciate the kind words from the chairwoman of the committee. Quite simply, this is the law of the land and the Cherokee Nation: equality. Equality, not stemming from necessarily recent actions, but equality recognizing that we made a sacred promise 155 years ago. If we believe that treaties are the law of the land, the United States should live up to their end of treaties, and we have to do the same. And if we look back to what our ancestors did, they agreed to equality. In the Treaty of 1866, they resolved that issue. 155 years passed, and it was not resolved. So we are undertaking efforts for reconciliation today. So not only legal equality on paper, but equality in action, making sure that every person that comes into a tribal office building or a program or service is treated equally based on the fact that they are a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. And I would note, Congressman, that if you're a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, what signifies that is a card with your name on it, your birth date, and your citizenship number. And it doesn't have anything to do with your descendancy. It's whether you're a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. And you're treated equal on that basis. We have to make sure that we practice that every day. So we have to make sure that any barriers that might have existed historically to access are knocked down. So, for example, my good friend Marilyn Mann has mentioned CDIB cards, degrees of Indian blood. That idea is not relevant to a Cherokee Nation program or service because that is contrary to principles of equality in the Cherokee Nation. So those are just a few of the ways in which we're making sure we embrace the spirit of equality. And we're also undertaking efforts to look back at history and culture, artistic expressions of freedmen descendants that for too long have not been part of the Cherokee story. They are going to be part of the Cherokee story today. So I could speak a great deal on the subject. It's something that I think has made the Cherokee Nation a better nation, a stronger nation. I can only speak to how the Cherokee experience has gone, and I think other tribes may look at our experience, may look at our legal history, and they may find instruction based on what we've done in our experience.
Thank you very much for those comments. I do want to probe a little farther, if I could, with you. Said, sir, that it's been difficult to resolve over time, and that although it's been difficult, obviously you have a better nation, a stronger nation. Well, what made it difficult? Why was it difficult? Why is it difficult for other tribes?
I can't speak to other tribes, but I can say in the Cherokee Nation, let's look at the Treaty of 1866. 1866, following that period of time, there is still a period of great change and tumult in Indian country, and then you find the imposition of the state of Oklahoma. And so for most of the 20th century, you find Indian nations, and I'll speak really only to the Cherokee Nation, a nation not allowed by the government of the United States to exercise its rights of self-government. And it's only when we get to the 1970s that we begin to pick ourselves back up. I think that interruption of many, many decades really arrested the development of the Cherokee Nation in terms of our civil society. And I think as we regained our footing and we had a century of, frankly, suppressing and denying the history of the freedmen, that it took some time for the body politic to sort of understand that history. That history simply wasn't taught a great deal, freedmen history. And I think as freedmen activists and advocates have raised that issue in the 1980s and the 1990s and into the 2000s, I think it came to penetrate the consciousness of Cherokee leaders, not only me, but certainly including me. That process takes time. And I think it's just the unique history of tribes, particularly within the state of Oklahoma, that caused some delay and difficulty in achieving that. There is something about a history that involves enslaving other people. I think the United States could relate to this, but this doesn't feel very good. And it's something for generations, perhaps generations don't talk about. But we're talking about it today at the Cherokee Nation. I think we're a better nation for having done it, but when you don't talk about it, Congressman, you don't take action to correct it.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. I appreciate the extra time. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chairman, I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele.
I don't care about nothing else, but
I thought that it might be, it might have been a good question if we had a little more time. So thank you very much, and I will remind the witnesses that all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you're able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I remind members that written questions and materials for the record should be submitted to email address provided to your office. Unless there is a comment from the chair.
All right. So, guys, here's an update. This was in 2021. This had already happened. This has already happened. So I'm bringing y'all up to speed to something that happened a year. Here's something new, something that happened a year ago. Time loop. We're gonna do a little time loop here. We're gonna ride out with that. I think this has been a good broadcast, and I'm gonna keep making my way over to talk about Russia. So, oh my gosh. That happened last year. I was talking about it. That was it. Now I got to see the full committee. So yeah, we got so much more to talk about. Like now that we made it that far. Jeez. Hey. Any other questions? All right, let me turn this interview back on. All right, if you're here, you want to come on as a guest? Come on. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to bring a guest in. If you want to be a guest, hit the DM. Time loop. That's Neo. Yeah. Time loop. When you were mine, can't you tell us more? you have to do this from a computer. If you want to be a guest, we're gonna try something now. We're in our third hour here. Trying to see the person did try to call in. It was haywire. So, but I think we're strong enough to hold it here. Time loop. Hey. We gotta go back to last year. We gotta go back to 1866. Whoa. I promise you. We gotta go all the way back to 1866. Y'all, we have treaties from 1740. So, oh my gosh. So yes. All right. So hopefully, our guests will try again. We were going haywire, but we're still rolling here. Yes. So let's read the ticker here. Let's see who's still here with me. Someone tried to come in as a guest, but it wasn't the time. I wanted to get those videos out. And I'm glad we got those out. So see, we can have a guest come in, Let's see. Yeah. See, you get to be a guest. So we'll see if we can get them in here. You can be a guest on the show. Join in. You can be a guest. You can tell us something. You can tell us. You can be a guest here. Ask me how if you want to, but you must be from a computer or a laptop device. You cannot do this mobily. You want to be a guest. Unless there's an update I don't know about. You can try it, but there we have it. So let us know the news stories that you care about. You can call in. You can be a guest. As you can see here, we have those capabilities. And make sure you let your friends know that you're on live with me. Let's set it up. We'll do some cool things. Great. That happened last year in 2021, recognizing Tulsa and the Indians. Tulsa is Muskogee territory. Bass Reeves is Muskogee. Don't let them lie. They're giving half-truths again. All this slave stuff. But before that, these people were doing things. They were free. This was Indian country. People have always been in this area to welcome those that were displaced. It's just a trail of displacement. It's a trail of displacement. We'll call it that. So yeah, if you want to be a guest, come on in. I think we can have. How many guests can we have? I think we have 5 guests. You see? We have capabilities. You can join in. Insert your face here. You can be a guest on our show. You can join the broadcast too. So just let me know in advance if you'd like to join. I think we have up to 5 guests. I can't wait to see what that's like. Let me get some of my interviews. Let me get some of my people. You can be a guest on Melanated News. You can use LOB Media Group, Sister Soldier Radio. We got some music. I want to start getting some music. Get back to music, audio. So and don't forget, Xblackly is also an app in the App Store. Xblackly Cafe. It's like a nice little social lounge online where it's just us, and we only allow us on the app. And I don't know why Kanye wouldn't buy our app. It's black owned. But no. I want the white man's ice. The white man's ice is colder. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't forget. And I was just like watching Genius, and Kanye is like Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Kanye's people, his family, his grandmama and them, his cousins and them. That was great. So I don't know if anybody's seen Genius. Go check it out. I don't know. That Genius term is debatable. It's now being revealed. You're gonna want a melanated indigenous woman. Go rock with the indigenous woman. So yes. Of course I'll probably have an echo. Let's see. I'm trying to bring the interview guest on. Let's see. There should be no echo. Thank you. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. Yeah.
There. All right.
There we go. No echo, right? Yeah, we were playing some videos, so. I was trying to bring in the guests. We were playing videos. We got a lot of different microphones going, so there should not be an echo. Look, I am figuring out. I'm gonna be a master at this by the time I figure it out. Okay, and we're gonna pull another Aboriginal spirit card today. Big up. Yeah, well, we were doing some indigenous readings. We were doing that too. We're gonna get back to our indigenous too. Liven it up a little bit. Just for the day. Yesterday we started with that, and now we were with the friendship card. So these cards are spirit Aboriginal cards. Fun. And nice messages to remember. And let's pick one for today. For our community read, just because whatever moon cycle we're in, what's this card? Leadership. Did we just go from friendship to leadership? What kind of ship are we on? Hey. If somebody calls in. I'm just typing some people here. People are getting excited. Oh, I think we having a guest. Oh. Well, let's do it then. Wait a minute. We got to pay some bills around here. Boo. I actually did get a guest. I'm going to have to upgrade. Just listen to the music. We had someone calling in. The guest is calling in, so we have our guest here. All right. They just taking my money. All right. Let's see. See, our guest is in the green room. We're going to shoot over to our guest. Y'all share this. We're going to bring the guests in, and they should be chilling in the green room right now. Yeah, yes, we have a green room, but they can still see the broadcast and everything. And I'm going to... Let's see. All right. You see, we're going to have a guest going there, so... Fun, see? All right, we're getting it. All right, I'm not sure if they're ready, but I'm just going to add them. Hi! Can you hear me? I want to make sure we can hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. For some reason, it's a little choppy, right?
That's okay. We're just transmuting here, so yeah.
Yeah. If it go out, I'll just try to come back in because I don't understand why it's so choppy here on my side. Is it choppy on your side?
No. I'm gonna turn my mic on and off.
Oh, it's not choppy on your side? All right. Oh. Okay. Maybe because I'm using Google.
Okay, so I unmuted myself. So how is it now?
I don't know. You froze.
Can you hear me? It looks good on my end. Let me see.
I can hear you, but you're froze on my side. And
Okay.
Well,
everything's running good on my end.
yeah, I can hear you, but it's like really choppy, and I
All
can't.
right, so
Maybe I'll click off and come back in.
Okay, sure thing. Now that we're good, I had to. There we go. All right. See, we have the capabilities of bringing a guest. All right, so he's gonna try to come back in. So I had to upgrade. They trying to get me for my paper. Talking about. They're like, you gotta upgrade. So I just upgraded. Thanks to my people. Great. We're updated now. Okay. So if you're gonna come on as a guest, you have to be from a laptop device. I'm trying to get some other people in. Great. All right. So that's that. And let's see, I want to make sure I don't have any more stories from the Cherokee. I might, of course. And one quick thing, we're going to get into this Georgia rights, and then maybe they'll call back in. All right, let's get into this story real quick.
So you didn't call him, but you challenged his right to vote or have his ballot challenged.
Sir, get out of my house.
Okay, I will get out of your
my
house. I just
now.
Voter fraud.
Law enforcement is going to the houses and places of employment and making people afraid to go out and exercise their rights.
Ultimate clear, we have a visual.
And today to come out and not be able to vote, it bothers me to my core.
My life was on the line, I could go to prison. If I just commit suicide, this will be over.
Stop voter fraud.
They raided a voter registration office and tried to send all of these college kids to jail.
Call our voter fraud hotline.
Tonight, Governor Kemp has signed that controversial election bill. He signed Senate Bill 202 last.
That doesn't mean that you get to levy a charge against thousands of people that you don't even know and get them, removed off the rolls.
Is this an attempt to remove a lot of Democrats, black people from voting?
Get out of my house now.
Where are we from? Georgia!
Are you removing black voters from the voter rolls just so you can win this election?
So that's the kind of stuff we be working on in the off season. I don't know if that's really an off season though. I don't know if that's something you would call off season. But yeah, some people may not take that seriously. We take that seriously. So hopefully we can get the guests to come back. But thanks for trying. We're figuring it out. They said they were a little choppy. I thought it was okay on my end. So maybe we'll figure that out. Great. So I'm happy to bring that information. That's what's happening right now. It is not safe. That stuff was illegitimate, and there's updates. All this stuff has already happened. People have documented it. Now they're getting more understanding. They're getting interviews. So this is so disheartening. Voter registration, voting rights, again being challenged, contested, new laws, the symbolism, what it means. If everything is so symbolic, if these are symbolic gestures, then what does it mean to be signing away, stripping away the rights, just like the Cherokee are stripping away the rights of freedmen, indigenous freedmen? They're also stripping away the rights of African freedmen, Caribbean freedmen, just because of skin color, doesn't even care, just labels them as such. It's not even true. They just assume. So it's really, really crazy. So got to be very, very careful out here. So, yes, voting rights for some may mock it and try to deter, but those that will vote, great. Vote in person. Vote early, vote in person. Get it done. Great. Perfect. And those that are going to be caring for others, get some certification, get some extra layers of protection, get a badge, get your weapons, because they are going to war over this. They really think that they are in 1863. They're trying to figure out how they lost. They're going to keep losing. But doesn't mean that they're not capturing Negroes, put them in jail, and make them act out these fucking reenactments. They act like there was no black people in these stories. Little white fantasy world. And they really do be living it. They put all their money into it. It's like the reenactment play that never ends. To them, it's always July 8th, 1867, some shit. They can't get over the fact the Confederacy lost, losers, be damned, be bound. But they assassinated a president, so they still had some influence. They were too close. That reunification needed some mediation. They just offed Lincoln. All that Lincoln was doing, they just offed him. So that was a setback. Believe it or not, that was a setback. So when you do start to get some favor, that shit maybe if it lasts 10 years, terrorism is happening. So there are protection barriers in place, but you cannot expect the people that are committing the acts of genocide to be overseers to the protection of the people that they're committing genocide against. Oh, I'm different because I got a badge. What makes you different than the people that are launching these domestic terroristic acts? Some of them are first generation, and they come over and teach them how to hate the melanated brown people, the brown inhabitants. So here's the leadership role. We got the leadership card. Look at the leadership. Very feminine, right? Great. We went from friendship to leadership. Wow. What a journey we've been on. Leadership recognizes the respect and honor a person holds within a community. A leader is someone we look to as a role model for our values and sense of self. Leadership comes with much responsibility to teach our communities the values and stories that are important for our growth and well-being. Here's the explanation of this leadership card. We want to get a little more deeper spiritual meaning. There is someone around you that is representing themselves as an authority. This person does not lead by example and is always filled with excuses as to why they are unable to act honorably in certain situations. Your intuition of late has been telling you that this person is not honorable. Yet you have struggled to have your own opinion of them because of their ability to charm and fool others around you. Once you stand up and walk away from this disruptive influence, others will follow quickly behind you and support your actions. This situation will give you the confidence in the future to look closer at people who pretend to represent themselves as someone they are not. Beware, this is a warning, and will in turn alleviate much confusion and stress in your life. You got to look at those leaders. If they're saying this, but if you're just a sheeple, follower, worshiper, whatever, you'll fray. But the person that says they're the leader, the visionary, they cannot stray. They cannot stray. So then they lead everyone astray. So you have to check anything that calls itself an authority. Is it following the laws? Does it even know the laws, what it can and can't do? So great. Better luck next time. It's the same link. We're going to try it next time. Let's test it out. Maybe we can get our guests in. Maybe they'll stay on. I'm glad that they tried. Thank you to all tuning in. This is going on YouTube next. We'll try to do some stuff over on YouTube Live. YouTube Live would be great. So make sure you subscribe to my YouTube. You turn on those notifications because this is going to be good. We're piecing together a lot of things. We were able to go through the states, the languages, all that. Yesterday we talked about the trade languages, the Mobilian for Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. All those trade routes are today's interstates. Interstate commerce, those are the trade routes. Ain't nothing changed. It's the quickest way to get points. Hey, someone's calling back in. Hey.
Hey, I'm back. Some little issues I had to work out. Looks like
Okay.
it's fine. But yeah, I was listening to you for a while now, actually.
Okay. I know. I mean, I can talk. I got a lot to say. Thank you for tuning in.
You know? I like to hear sister doing the work that you do. But I don't know. I was like kind of like posting stuff in the live, but I didn't want you to. I don't know. I didn't know if you I hope you didn't take what I was saying the wrong way about the African part, because sometimes I can come off as a Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism.
Are you a Pan-African?
No.
Oh.
No. But I was just wanting to build with you. I would like to build with you on a few things. Because I study ancient civilizations, and Mexico, the Olmecs,
I have one older than the Olmecs.
Yeah, I might know it. You never know.
I've been
I've
talking
been
on
studying
Clubhouse.
for
They've
3
been
years.
listening.
Huh?
I've been talking on Clubhouse a lot, and
Okay,
people
okay.
been listening. So essentially, it's good that you. So this is how we're connecting. Great, good vibes.
Sure.
Where you want to begin? You can ask questions. I can answer them. We would start with the Corral civilization. And these artifacts, when you look at them, you would think, oh, that's African. So what they've been doing is been sending it to London, and then people put in a museum, and they don't read the caption that says this is South American, ink and gold. They just assume in their mind it's African. They see black, this is South American. So I have so many maps. I have maps that when I read it, the information is so overwhelming. I was like, I got to get this out there. And then my research is so deep and extensive. Goes to California. That's all in Spanish. These are Moors versus Cristianos. So all that's Queen Califia, the Caliph, the leader. Her story is very much real. Black millionaires, Spanish pobladores, black people funded and chartered the city of Los Angeles. That
Well,
includes
I've heard
yeah.
of Khalif, right?
Queen Califia, or Califia.
I've heard of her, and I've heard of the comedic aspect of her side, but
Yeah, you got to know the American. She is La Reina Amazon. She is the Amazon, what they base the myths off of.
Yeah, that's what some of my studies went to. I studied up under I don't know if you heard of Dr. York, Nuwapian Nation.
Yeah, I know. Look, one of my friends one of my really good friends is his son, and then I met the whole family. So I started reading his books. I got into his Tahuti series. It's so interesting because I'm like, his sons are dope too. They're really good, cool people. Until I get mad at them and I curse them out. But other than that, yeah. So you gotta listen. So Dwight York, stop there. Think about it, Yorkshire. We're talking about New York. We're talking about these people have a connection. They have a connection. Jersey. One of his sons I was talking to about it, he was like, man, you don't understand. I've been taught nothing but Pan-Africanism. And now that I'm saying, let's look into your American side, he's like, damn, my family was like one of the first people of New Jersey. You know? So I have dates. We're talking about 1630, 1732, black people. Okay? English speaking black people. The black English. Who, as things were changing over there, the king was in exile. I have so many stories. And so we cannot do critical race theory. I know it sounds bad, but we got to dump that critical race theory. We have to dump it. So definitely make sure on your end, this thing doesn't do a good job of letting people know that you're live. So make sure you share this video on your end too.
Yeah, I got right now. I got my phone running off my Instagram.
Okay, cool. Oh, you got your Instagram going?
I meant to share it, but I just went live on there just to go live.
No, this is fine. We're connecting here. So yeah. So stop. You gotta think. Yeah. So if you're into Yorks, I threw that bone their way when he started digging into his stuff. He was like, oh, and I'm talking about more of the mother side. We've been ignoring the mother's side of the family for a very long time, and we got to get back. So the mothers have a whole story to tell if we just listen to them, and don't let these Africans mock our grandmothers. They're not to be mocked. Our grandmother wasn't senile. Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to go in. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
But I wanted to go into my side of the family. I know I mentioned that my great grandfather's grandmother was indigenous, or she would say that she's Cherokee, and I've done a lot of research on my bloodline. Not only that, the census. I work with a sister that does similar to what you do, but she's a part of the Powhatan Nation. I don't know if you heard of them, but she's a part of the Powhatan Nation, and she helped me do that kind of research on my family line, and I know I mentioned King James, but there's a great grandmother of mine by the name of Mary Autry, and her mother was named Elizabeth Johnson. She married a man by the name of Henry Johnson, and Henry Johnson was his lineage was kind of messy, because when I looked more into his history, I found more of Scottish, English, or Irish.
Those are the Blackamoors, the European Christian Blackamoors.
I looked into that, and the Elizabeth Johnson, I find her information. When I look into her mother and her father, I look into her father, I find more of the Scottish, English type of thing. And then when I look into Elizabeth, I find that Miss Elizabeth's mother goes back to the thing like somewhere roughly the 1500s, and it's weird because it doesn't have any information of her getting off a ship. She was just here. So when I had found that information, I was like, okay, so something of what my great grandmother Mary Autry was saying about her mother's lineage and her mother lineage is possibly true. And I'm also been ordained as a pastor.
No, look at you.
The only reason why I'm ordained a pastor is to try to undo the damage that King James has done.
Okay, pause. There's a book called Basilica Doron. King James to his son King Charles. He was being terrorized. He was being imprisoned. He was in exile. He had to go to the French for help. The French was betraying him and working with the colonizers, criminals, the deputy governors. So this was in the 1600s. This is what y'all call Harriet Tubman, Araminta Ross. They're the stewards. King James stewardship.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so a lot of those Indian chiefs became European kings. There was a lot, but they've been going back and forth. And we have to honor the Magna Carta of 1215, which prohibited slavery in English-speaking territories. There was slavery was prohibited. No man was enslaved to another. That was just not, you could not. When they tried it, it would try in court, it would fail in the court of England. So that whole notion, that's why they broke away from the British monarchy. They wanted to be able to make money off the taxing and the enslaving of the indigenous people because they were growing tobacco. They was like, oh, y'all got all this tobacco. And they had just discovered tobacco in the 1600s. Around that time, that medieval time. The Moors had lost in Spain. So King James is not to be, of course they twisted it where we should hate him, but then we're reading King James Version for the Holy Bible. He was tracing his lineage. He ran across Jesus of Nazareth, and he knew something was good about his blood. He didn't know why we got the divine rights of kings. But then they started chopping heads. They started decapitating. They started overthrowing because remember, it's one family against many families. So they killed his father. His mother was the royal blood. So it's a lot more to the King James story. Jamestown, Georgetown, all of these are, they describe them as black, dark complexion, ruddy, swarthy, in so many different ways. Those are in the John Mackey Secret Service files. It's like the COINTELPRO of its day. It's like the CIA of its day. The CIA is fairly new, but they still was monitoring. They wanted to know who was it. There was a revolution, or there was a change in the monarch. So they wanted to know who was still loyal, who was still pledging allegiance to King James as he's being overthrown. Then you go back to you move forward, you move forward to the 1700s. King George is so close to Spanish Florida and Georgia. He's like, what do we do? Like, some people are picking up this idea of slavery. So when Georgia became a state, it prohibited slavery. It was not supposed to be in slavery. That's why a lot of people, they talk about 1776 and go back to 1732 Georgia. So I don't know where your family's from, but I'll let you continue. I just don't want to disparage King James because remember, we're still breaking away. Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. But the more I dug into King James, like what you were saying, that is true. He was captured. Some people would say he was a slave. But yeah, I was just saying, because the Henry Johnson, which was my great grandmother, Mary Autry's father, when I find that his father came from England and that he was part of something called the Galloway tribe. I think that was in Ireland or Scottish, something like that. But either way, it's a predominant family in Europe. I think it's either Ireland or Scotland. They were a trade of merchants. So I find that Mary Autry's father, which was John Henry, ended up being a mulatto. That's what they called him at the time, right? And his father and his mother, I guess they were, one of them had to be mixed. I remember fuzzy on that part. After I found out that, his lineage leaked back to Europe, I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna do more research on Elizabeth Johnson, which is my great great grandmother Mary Autry's mother and her lineage. And that's when I found out that the mother side of the family line has been here the whole entire time. Haven't found anyone African or.
Oh no, get Africa out your mind. You ain't gonna find no African. No,
but
African.
I do have a business partner, the one I was telling you about, that actually kind of mentored me into the the American Indian part of here in the United States. She had actually found African in her lineage, but which was strange to me. She was all over the place. She just wasn't here in the United States. She was in Canada. She went to Europe. So like it was kind of weird. But I've learned a little bit of stuff about my lineage. Knowing that my lineage never came from Africa. But the reason why I was putting certain things like actually in your chat about African descended individuals, I choose not to call them African. I choose not to call them African.
That's not even a good term for it. You're right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's really not even the original name.
Right.
But that's neither here or there.
No, that's important. That's important because even in Tulsa, they say we have African in our blood, and it was like African means to fraction and to friction and divide and conquer. Facts. So it's a you do that to the color, but you can not even Akubalan being Arabic. That's still it's tribal, it's regional, it's Kemet, it's
And that's interesting too when you said something about the Arabs.
Yeah.
That's interesting when you said something about the Arabs, because a lot of people don't understand that everybody focused so much on the Atlantic slave trade. They're not focused on the Arab slave trade. And the influence that the
I know it was
Turkish
Islam. It was Islam. It was Muslims. It was the Muslim Moors. That's why we have to make a very clear distinction that these people are not the same as the European blackamoor. And people are like, oh, they're all the same in the area. No.
Yeah, I've had a few debates with Moors.
No, they're in the Muslim order and this Marrakesh stuff with the United States and helping the United States get some validity. And at the same time, with the United States getting validity, slavery and Jim Crow was allowed to flourish. Then the Louisiana Purchase, all this shit's unconstitutional. People think we just got grievances with the United States. We got grievances with France. We got grievances with Spain. We just getting started. So they're starting to recognize, like the Spanish allow all the Jews to come back. Oh, so you apologize for 1492, the expulsion of the Jews. So we recognize it was an expulsion. You think the Jews were the only people they were kicking out? So that's how a lot of them came over here. But a lot of the men that were going for business enterprise, they were finding wives over here and then having kids and then raising them up in the colonial way. They were finding a lot of indigenous women who had their own societies. They had their own fashion and harvest and seasonal, and so crazy, these people that come over trying to institute their gods. It's so weird. So when you talk about Galloway, you should probably look on a map. You should like really have you done research?
I had did that at one period.
Yeah.
There was a couple of months back, because this is a couple of months ago when I did the research. But it was significant. the research I've been doing
Mm-hmm.
in the Mexico area, I've been doing that for like 3 years.
Oh, what part? What part of Mexico?
Tulum, Cobay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Tulum, Cobay. Some of them call them Cancun.
Bonampak. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people call it Cancun, Chichen but it's Cancun, and the locals or the indigenous inhabitants of the area call it the Snake's Nest.
Okay.
So I've been doing a lot of research over there.
Damn, the snake's nest. Oh, good God.
Yeah.
No, okay. So I when Donald Trump became president, I went to Mexico. I lived there for 2 years, and we did,
That's dope.
yeah, Baja California, Pio Pico, who was the mayor, or excuse me, the governor of all of California, which was, it was all Mexico. So he's this black man, right? He's got his little indigenous mestizo children, all that. Ugh. His
So
hotel,
you
he had a
familiar?
hotel. He was the governor. He had a ranch, all this stuff. Black people was doing it. These are the black Spanish Moors. So all of a sudden, it becomes Mexico, now United States. Literally, California is, so they divided it up. So the lower part of California, we call that Baja California. That's the lower California. That's Mexico. And then Alta California, which is the bulk, is the United States. So everything
you in
west of the
Cali,
Mississippi.
right?
Huh?
You in Cali, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got you. Because I know you had said something like the West Coast. I wasn't too sure. So you lived in Mexico.
I lived there. Cartel, Mexico. Rosarito, California. I've been telling everybody about it. Go down there. It's dope. It's cool. It's fun. It's safe. They may have the occasional shootout with police, but that has nothing to do with us. That's cartel. Stay on the vacation spots. Good food. You can venture off a little bit. Just make sure there ain't no gang wars going on. They make sure that it stays safe because that's a moneymaker. But let me tell you, you go on down the road and there's the House of Califia. And it's got an Olmec head there. And it's got artifacts, seashells from 2 million years ago. Just petrified big crystal stones. They filmed the movie Titanic in this area. It's so funny. The movie when they did all the water ocean scenes, that was in Mexico. So they got all they it's a lot of money that comes there. It's a Hollywood hideout. And it's beautiful and it's great for us. So I tell people, don't be afraid, travel down there. But
yeah, a lot of black people are afraid, or
I know.
One of my partners would say melanated individual are definitely afraid to fly. And I always urge a person to get a passport that is melanated. Get a passport.
Yeah.
That is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. So travel, even if you if you go to Mexico and you want to come back, all you need is a state ID. It could be from another state. You can still get in the United States. So that is the Americas. They are Americans. So the Awakans is where you probably want to look for your indigenous, non-Africans. But they're black, but they have no connection to Africa. This is your central Mexico. And so out here in LA, some people got caught on a hot mic talking shit about black people, the Hispanics out here. Oh, you need to look up.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, Nuri Martinez. So she said, oh, he's over there with the Awakans. He's over there with the Awakans, little darkies. He's with the blacks. The Awakans are the indigenous men. They know it. These are Spaniards fighting black people through Los Angeles. That's their largest Hispanic city. It's Los Angeles. But this city was funded and founded by black pobladores, Spanish pobladores. So.
And also wanted to throw in there, I know earlier, I'm about to hang up on this live right quick.
Mm-hmm.
But I know earlier also I spoke about a slave revolt during the
you can talk about that. You can have at it. Go ahead.
It was a slave revolt between 1842. You know what? Let's not even get into that because I'll get into that later. That'll be a later period. That's messy.
Can you at least tell me what city or what area?
This was in you ever heard of John Drew? Yeah, John Drew. That's what I'm having here. John Drew is a particular person. It's not giving me an exact location right now. Because it's something I wrote down a few. Webster Falls. Have you ever heard of that?
You gotta give me a state. You know how many places got the same names? You gotta give me an estate.
All right, let me do that.
Yeah, you know how many slave revolts there was? Give me the state. Webster, these are English names. These are English, Anglo-Saxon. These are British.
Yes, and British is actually in it too.
You know how many people named Charles?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Yes, Oklahoma.
1842, there was a slave revolt?
Yeah, I'll get into that a little later because I don't like talking about the in the Atlantic slave trade, child.
Oh no! These people were prisoners of war. We got to go to the 1700s in the French Indian Wars. We got to go to Arkansas. We got to go to Mississippi, Choctaw, Louisiana. You got to go down there.
Also, like here in Miami, there was something called the Seminole Wars.
Yeah.
You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was.
Yeah, it's not messy. If you want to talk about the slave revolt, talk about it. But it's not. Y'all, they will tell somebody they got from the Caribbean that we got them from Africa. They never tell you the port. These ports started opening up around the coastal regions. So this slavery thing didn't even last 100 years. Okay, they were just
no.
Then there was the Texas Indians. All this was happening, and these people are black people. So-called black people are working the docks. These melanated carbonites, these indigenous. So then the Africans, I think the Africans need to be honest. If they were coming back and forth, they need to prove even that. Nobody just sends goods without writing, without accounting records. There has to be something to signify. These people were all throughout the Americas.
Well, I did hear you say something about
This is one America.
I did hear you say something about Mansa Musa, and in my research, Mansa Musa
1300s,
yeah, he didn't come to the throne until his brother Albuquerque II had left. So technically, he doesn't have an accurate pinpoint of if he even made it to the Americas. But I do have information that it was I wouldn't say information. I do, yeah. I have information that it was the other way around. Finding, because like I said, I've done a little bit of research there, and come to find out that there's at the time scientists called them negroid skeletons that were buried in Central and North America around about 20,000 years ago.
I know. And nobody want to talk about the Paleolithic. Nobody want to talk about the Jurassic era, the Mesozoic area. Nobody wants to talk about that.
So that's very interesting.
That's where I'm from. That area. 36,000 years ago was Florida. They got some in Florida they don't even want to talk about 36,000 years ago.
That is true.
56,000 years ago.
That's interesting that you brought that up because not a lot of people want to speak about that neither. And also, not only was there skeletons found in that Central America area, it's also skeletons have been found of at the time what scientists call negroids or whatever. Skeletons within California, and this has been noted by Dr. Julian Wright.
No, look, let me tell you, out here in California, they be finding female bones. They lied for a few years and said they were male bones. They were lying. It's only females out here. Queen California was matrilineal. So look, they found it next to saber-toothed tigers. They found female bones next to mastodons. So yeah.
Yeah, when I like kind of speak about this, our people are like, well, I mean, black people are so like, where's your credentials? Like,
you had to be validated by the Neanderthals, the newcomers.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
So I like to use the Neanderthal or the Caucasian. I like to use his references, to validate what I
Yeah, they
say.
need.
Because it's weird and it's strange.
They just don't trust
And
each other. They don't trust themselves.
that's
But
true.
but people do need secondhand verification that's not biased. So that's totally scientific for them. Congratulations, Black people. Evidence, but then they go worship Jesus, so then I get confused. But
Yeah,
that's
and that's
Jesus.
interesting too.
But that's interesting.
That's one of the reasons
Yeah.
why I became a pastor. Not mean to cut you off. Sorry about
Oh
that.
my God, a pastor! Ah.
That's why I became a
So
pastor.
you're gonna start taking just take the money, just take the money and run.
Mhm. I got something interesting that I'm actually trying to do. I have debated Catholic priests. I've debated nuns, but I can't get a Black preacher to I couldn't get a Black preacher to debate or just have a conversation. Because at the end of the day, it's really not about debating. It's about building and having a conversation.
Let's talk about Christianity real quick and the Ethiopian Coptic. Let's talk about East Africa real quick and coming from Kemet and how they just sink the gods and name them something else. That's the problem with polytheism. So that's why Aten, Akhenaten, Nefertiti, we're trying to reunify Kemet and make it monotheistic. We just represent Aten, Atum, and so that was it. So I would like to go on the record and say I think he was right. There's only one, and so there's just one God, and so this is automatic. Nobody has to ask anybody permission. So the way that they lived was more communal. So as that shit was going on over there, they are discovering, they're saying artifacts from Kemet here. And people trade. People buy things. People take items with them. I truly believe there's a route through the Grand Canyon, the caves underneath. I really do believe that. And there's it's uranium enriched down there.
Here.
Huh?
I have some of that information here that has been noted by different PhDs and doctors here. And it's also in a book as well. Like there's a book by a really good author. His name is Dr. John Henry Clark. You probably heard of him.
Of course.
He got a book which he is technically is by Michael Bradley. It's by a European. He just introduced the book. It's called Christopher Columbus Conspiracy. And it breaks down exactly what you're talking about. That's a book that I had purchased in 2019 when I was as I was leaving the Dr. Yorkie type style teaching.
The Nuwapians.
Yeah, Nuwapians. But I like to say Dr. Yorkie because it's like more accurate.
Well, he's been imprisoned.
Yeah.
See, but real quick, my king, we would never serve in their prisons. We had our means, and we knew the law, and we used the law of Christianity against them as well. So that's what you do with Christianity. The word is law, and the law is God. And so they are not following the law. That's why we always win in court. That's why they would grab us out of the court. They would grab us out of the jails before court and lynch because they knew we would win in court. They had no evidence. They would kill their own children and then blame it on us. And they had no business in Indian country anyway. So they're in all types of violations. So Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, they always leave out the Topeka part. Topeka's indigenous. Our people are there as well. So how did we end up in Kansas? How did we end up in Nebraska? How did we end up in Montana? How did we end up in Arizona? They're still uncontacted tribes. That's what they don't want to admit.
Yeah, that's true.
So
and you find some of those tribes throughout El Salvador.
The Mojave Desert near Vegas.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know that actually.
They're remnants of their so Biden just gave like 4 million acres back to them. Stop playing. Navajo Nation. And Navajo Nation, when you go deep, if you go deeper into Navajo Nation, there's tribes out there that we just don't need to even talk about. Let them rest in their obscurity. So these temperatures get to like 120 degrees. So you know what type of people live out there. Okay? This is Death Valley, but it's not death. It's lots of life out there. It's desert creatures because it gets real cool at night. So it's a beautiful culture there. You can look into the Shoshone.
How familiar are you with the Powhatan Nation?
Very.
Powhatan. Okay.
Who gave you this information about Powhatan? What Indian gave you that one?
Well, her name is Tamara. She's a sister that I partner with my
Is she in a
organization.
federally recognized tribe? Is she registered?
I think so. She's
you
more. She's 9 out of 10. She is, because she says she's from the nation. I think she showed me some information about that. But we do business far as when it comes to the youth, the children.
That's always good. We have schools on our reservations, and the children are learning the language.
I come from a combat sport, boxing, so I'm always, trying to teach the kids, self-defense. I was part of a program out of New York called Give a Kid a Dream program.
Okay.
A lot of children. But she does we do a lot of work when it comes to children. But far as like getting into stuff like her personal stuff, I really don't. She just basically teaches me a little bit of stuff about the indigenous inhabitants of America. But no, I know earlier, like I said, I don't want you to think I come off as a Pan-Africanism, because I have nothing to do with that.
I am not getting that vibe from you, so you don't have to keep saying that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and the information that I have is accurate information, but I find it conflicting with the African part, because I rather use indigenous people that were indigenous to that landmass. That's why I always say that I'm indigenous to Earth. To respect everybody, not to disrespect anybody's nationality or color or whatnot. But yeah, that was interesting. You said something about the Grand Canyon, because I don't know if you're familiar with Herodotus, the Greek historian.
Of course, yeah. Mathematician.
I know. Yes. Yes. He had documented around 445 BC that King Ramses III had actually led so-called Africans here to America. But again, I don't like using the
think
word
about it. Think about it. The Africans come over. What made y'all think they just instantly became kings? They had no reinforcement, no backup. So if they went to war with the Indians, the people that are already here, who do you think won? They could come over. They could have got slaughtered upon impact. Even if their ships did make it, we have no record of their ships making it. And so bringing over Africans, you can be talking about people from the islands, people that were coming from Africa to the islands. So they probably did come and do that way. That's why a lot of brown people don't rock with the Africans. We know African blood, and we just, no, thank you. But in Tulsa, they had a surplus of land, so they were giving them the surplus to build businesses. They put in the Muskogee paper. They said, we have more than enough. I have the books over here, the newspaper articles. 1865, the Muskogee were already there at the time of the Civil War. There was an Indian Civil War as well. The Confederate, the Indians that joined the Confederate, the Indians that joined the Union. The Union won. So
I should have a grandfather that was a part of the Union. His name was Ned Edward Autry. He was actually recognized by got some kind of award, but something like that. They
remember the Buffalo Soldiers, that name that was given to the Buffalo. There's a whole land of Buffalo people. It's a whole region, land of the Buffalo people. The land of many lakes, Minnesota. That's where King George Floyd, Stewart. George Floyd is a Stewart. You look into his lineage, his grandmother and them are Stewarts. I ain't to see nothing else. So, all of that whole area is Buffalo land.
the person that was producing that information that you was talking about at Grand Canyon, his name is Dr. David Immenhotep. He's an author behind a book
Oh yeah, he's
called The
definitely
First
Pan-Africanist.
American.
He's gonna see.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Let me see if I can do a split screen still.
So what he's doing is he's going into
No, he's
using Greek
misattributing our
historian.
artifacts.
That's what he's doing. He's taking using Greek historians to certify what he's saying. But I hope this is getting choppy again.
Hold on.
I'm gonna mute me real quick, maybe to catch up.
All right, let's do this real quick. This is American. This is American. Brazil, 12,000 BC. Brazil, 12,000. Hey, if you want to come off mute, that's your choice. They find our things. 9,000.
Yeah, I have some of that same information.
Look at the area I'm talking about. 8,000. Them Mongoloids had not made it over here yet. Spirit Caveman. This is part of Navajo that they was giving back. Nevada. All right.
You said Mongoloids, right?
They were more up here. See, Kennewick, man. But come over here. They come more into the interior. They had not quite made it here yet. They just started. They were settled. They were found right up about here. And you come down here, you keep finding us. They had not made it down to Texas. They weren't down here. They started mixing it with the Spanish when they came in. So when you see these artifacts, people have been like, oh, that's African. 1,300. Look at this.
No, I wouldn't say they were Africans. Whoever would say that the Africans are not really accurate.
Look at this guy. Look at this one. Look at this.
I would just say that they come from that, as the scientists said, Negroid looking features.
Look at this Panama. 500 AD, bro.
Let me see real quick. Can you see my screen as well?
No, not yet. No. I think I have the share screen master, control.
Look. I don't know,
Look.
but next time when you get a chance, I drop something in there for you as well. So
Okay. I think I can now. I can.
You can see right here where it says the stone heads.
Yeah.
In Central Mexico. Yeah, it's similar to what you're doing. It's similar to what you have too. I'm gonna stop sharing this.
All right. Good to know. I'm glad you're my co-host here for today.
Yes, but I was just pretty much touching up on what you were saying. I just don't. I mean, it can be. It's very conflicting. Because I'll go into different areas and I kind of like hold back on information to get to know, kind of get to know who I'm dealing with. Because it's always good to come in with a pure heart and, not
oh yeah, you wouldn't last long here if you didn't.
Destructive.
Yeah, of course.
Because a lot of black men seem to have that idea in their head, coming destructive at most melanated women.
I know. Been there, done that. All right, moving right along. The Incan nobleman. All right. And his sons. This is a father and his two sons. These are called the Dons. That was the name. Boss, chief, the brown people. Brown means Don. You got to translate these things. These are the brown Dons. Franz. de la robe. The Incans are depicted wearing Spanish clothing. Who looks more indigenous? Spanish. Who's more indigenous? They're wearing Spanish clothing? No. They are it. They are the Spanish clothes. This is how the Spanish dress. Where do you think that they got these from? If our people start dressing like this again with their, look what his spears. His spears. $15.99?
$15.99. Hold on, let me see something real quick.
Stop playing with us.
Oh, yep. I'm looking at the information I have here is lining up exactly what you're saying. I like to cross-reference and
This is have you seen the Woman King? The Woman King? Yeah, this is King Gazo. Right here. 1851. He ruled from 1797 to 1818 that he replaced his brother. That's the time of his brother, 1797. We were already in the American Revolutionary War. We already had battle, the Continentals. We have our own things going on over here where people not putting this stuff side by side. Look how he dressed. All French, Spanish, Andalusian. He trading with the French. Oh, he traded his own people around that time. But we already had our establishments over here. That's a slave hunter in Brazil. These are Capitão do Mato, black slave owners. I was talking about that. People were so mad about that. Just because you hear about slave rebellion don't mean, yeah.
I mean, see, I've had different issues with people when we go in and we start talking about the Moors and stuff
it was
like
fun.
that.
Look, there's one of your boxing matches.
Let me see what we have here.
Capoeira. I've been to Brazil. That's the thing. They were doing that in 1835 down there. Don't tell me that white people supply all of Brazil. Do you know how big Brazil is? Do not tell me that white people supply all of Brazil and all of North America with black people. They are not the suppliers. They could barely get pearls and gold. You think they could just trade it humans at will? Their ships could barely get cloth and cotton. They tripping. Somebody, and the only reason people think that is because they got these amazing billion-dollar movies about it. Wakanda's in Kansas. Stop playing with me. Capoeira. This is Brazil. This is not African. Everything that these people do, they got that from Africa. They made up their own new thing. Jesus fucking Christ. Even if they did, Africans sold them. Why would they want any allegiance to that? Try to enslave these people. They enslaved their own people. King Gezu. That's the Nigerians. You got to be aware of Boko Haram. Slave departure. Anybody that work, they call them slaves. Today they call them wage slaves. Yeah, you getting wages, but you're still a slave. Any laborer is a slave. If you don't own the business, but you're not reaping the benefits. So slave departures for the coffee harvest. These people were harvesting coffee in these areas thousands of years ago. These people were already working. I love that they're updating this information. This is new information. Brazilian coffee. Not African coffee. They call them slaves. These people are already harvesting. It's like, now you're going to harvest for us. And you're going to do so. And you got to have this much for our quota.
A lot of those people there were indigenous to that land. To be honest with you, that's something I have where I'm trying to pull it up. Sorry,
it's agriculture. It's agriculture. This is new. They're just adding this. I haven't seen this before. This is in Brazil. Calling these people slaves. 1882. That's after the Emancipation Proclamation. But they still work in these indigenous groups. They had their own system going. beautiful royal palaces. But this is for every royal, there is people working in the field. Everybody did their part as part of the empire, but they just took over and said, you belong to us now. We're your masters and we're your overseers. We've been harvesting coffee, but we didn't need that much. Look at this lady being carried by her slaves in Brazil. This is how slaves dress. Look at how she dressed. I need some of these colors. I need some colors of these. What makes you think that they're slaves? It's just like, damn, just call them slaves. Look at this. This is a free black woman. They would say that's a slave too. Salvador. Her son is named Salvador. Leave these people alone. These are free market ladies out in the market selling things. In Brazil, at the same time as the slaves over there. They weren't slaves, they were agricultural farm laborers. Yeah, so they ain't gonna be like, oh, these Africans. And if they were,
Well, I do know a lot of times the European he likes to glorify what he does or lie about it actually. Like Abraham Lincoln being the first individual to so-called and free the slaves. I have information during 1783 that the very first individual that abolished slavery came from Mexico, and he was I rather call him an indigenous because his mother was indigenous to Mexico.
Look at
It
this
says that his
Brazilian map.
father was an African.
Yeah. Alagoas, Sergipe, Baja, California, Baja, Brazil. I went to Brazil. I'm trying to see, where was I? Look how they got a name here. Tobacco districts, sugarcane and cotton. That's all they cared about. The diamond district. You can find gold over here. They made these indigenous people work. They fought over it. There was wars. They didn't have time to be bringing people over from Africa. They just fought with whoever was there. And it was battles. It was so many battles. So you think that little tiny island of Spain had enough to subjugate the Africans, go do business, subjugate Brazil, bring people over, make them slaves, make them work, teach them how to plant and agriculture and mine for gold. Who was teaching them? So you think they had all that little tiny island did all of, do y'all know how big Brazil is? And at the same time do that in the Americas, then also do that in Mexico, then also do that in the Caribbean. Then they started to make their way over to South Africa, then Australia. Just black people, slaves. Anybody black is a slave. That's their policy. And people said no. Those people are criminals. So this is Brazil's huge. Wow. Yeah, they're gonna call these people African. That's fucked up. Slave capture. Look at them. Slave capturers. Whoa, the people invading from Europe, they were black. People don't want to talk about that. Traveling in Rio de Janeiro, yeah. I'm just looking at these pictures. So interesting. So yeah, I like looking at maps. Sorry, I got caught up in this. And I'm like, who's giving this aerial view? Who's giving this aerial view? Did they have a drone? I always wonder that. Always wonder.
Well, I know Dr. Clark in that book I was telling you about, he breaks it down that there was already melanated people here. He didn't use it as in, like Dr. David Imhotep used Africans. He used melanated people already being indigenous to America. And also Malcolm did too. But I wanted to share this information right here with you. I don't know if you can see it.
Go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
This is some information here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's sharing here. This would be this right here. This man right here is one of the first people that freed the slaves. or during the 16th and 17th century. Can you see it? Oh, I can't even hear you.
I have muted myself. Yeah, I can see it. Yep, there's Vicente Guerrero. Yep, there he goes.
Yep, that's him. That's the man that actually freed this so-called slaves. He's the very first individual in the Americas, not no Abraham Lincoln. And I just wanted to throw that out there. It claims that his mother was an indigenous woman of Mexico, and the father was African or whatever, an African slave. So they call him. I guess they would consider, yeah. But I thought I should throw that out there. That
What? Do you have any questions? Yeah.
Freed the slaves.
Who? Vicente Guerrero?
Yes, and then in the Americas anyway.
Yeah, and always, you know what helps me is go look at their parents too. Look at that fro. Go look at their parents. Go look at some people before them, some people around them. Vicente Guerrero. They talk about Afro-Mexican, one of the mestizos. Those are the Mexicans. The mixing. Mexican means mix, mestizos. Indigenous and Spanish. Those are Creole. Those are all that.
They're calling him Afro, but Afro-Mexican.
Yeah, of course. But that's fine. He's indigenous and Spanish.
Yeah.
So where's the African coming at?
I just throw that out
Yeah,
there.
how you gonna be indigenous and African and Spanish? Maybe the Spanish is mixed with African. Maybe they need to go talk the Spanish more. But either way, these people are foreigners. They're both foreigners to her indigenous, indigeneity.
Also break it down here. Indigenous and Spanish mixed descent in urban towns. But either way, I just thought I should throw this out here that this is actually the first person that freed so-called slaves. I would think
They
that
should have never been slaves to begin with.
Huh?
They should have never been slaves to begin with. These newcomers enslaving people. It's crazy. These people were workers. They were workers to the empire, but they were not slaves. They did have to work. Yeah.
I thought I should throw that out there. I like to do that because for so many years we were taught that Abraham Lincoln was the man in the Americas. But if you continue to tell the melanated person he's a savage, he's been running through the jungle with bones in his nose, he'll never want to learn the things that we're doing right now. Which many master teachers have said the same thing. You tell the so-called slave he's a savage, he'll be a savage. But if you tell him he come from greatness, then that's where the issue comes in at. We'll stop sharing.
All right. Let's see.
Stop sharing on your end? I think it did.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am so proud of myself. I figured out this broadcast. This could be really good to have guests such as yourself. I'm glad that you stepped up and you said something about, coming in, joining in. I want people to bring their research as well. So I hope that helps people because I talk about a lot. I could talk on and on. I have the book of Queen Califia. It's in Spanish. I'm trying to see. I have this. Let's see. I don't know if my guy, he took the preview down. He's trying to tell the story of Queen Califia, but because it's like common, he's got like the rights. It's one of our own. He said, I grew up. He's like in his 40, 50 now. And let's see. Yeah, I want to get to this. It's so he's doing these stories and we're trying to get the story out to the next generation, the younger generation. So yeah, I think he called his the Sentinels. That would be
I heard of them. But I heard of the Seminole
Sentients,
Wars.
the Sentient. Okay.
Okay. You said Sentients?
And that's Oh, this is what they call it. Yeah. The Timeless Centuries. Okay, I'm spelling it. Because he keeps making it exclusive. You got to pay for it. He's got all these episodes. Califia Comics. So, do you want to watch it? A preview of it here?
Of course.
It's a little comic booky like, okay?
That's cool. I'm gonna mute it so.
And you can watch it with me and then we can discuss. Okay.
All right.
Thank you for hanging out. It's Saturday. Lazy Saturday. All right.
I think you're on mute.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out. I want to do a full version, so I'm just trying to make sure here. All right. I think this is the best we can get. I was trying to get it. Let me see if I can do it solo. And then back to that. I'm just making sure I'm bouncing in and out right. Okay, great. All right, we'll keep it going. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah! Lemuria. Its hidden history has eluded philosophers and alchemists for centuries. It mysteriously defies the sometimes cruel touch of time and the endless bleeding cavities of space. Magic and science commingle as one here, as do fabled creatures of lore and monolithic beasts of the Mesozoic age. This is Lemuria. Like most places, the predators prowl the night. But thank the gods, the champions of light are only a horizon away.
Moreau, Father of creation, we offer you this sacrifice of life because you, Great One, are the fount of our very existence! Please don't! A fount that will continue to flow with the blood of this humble offering. What is this?
The only blood that will flow today, you belly-crawling she-devil, will be that of you and all the spawn of Dr. Moreau if the woman and villagers are not released now!
Sacrilege!
For the village!
Let's see. How does one skin a cat again? Oh yes, I remember.
Cyan, chosen heir of Queen Serpentine, finds you. Precious. I will enjoy toying with your entrails.
Mother! Scion! My son! No!
William, we need to cut down some of their numbers, circle around the altar, and make a direct attack from the air.
Straight away, Morian.
We need to put the things back up.
Now to get back on the ground and help the others.
I am so mad. Look. I am so mad. That's the first commercial break. And so I'm like, the rest of the episode, it was one full episode. It was divided up into 4 parts. Let me get my guest back here. And look. He needs to put the rest up. So I think some of it might be somewhere. So Queen Califia comes in and she kicks ass. Oh, she's so cool. Oh, it's so many stories. And so all that's in a book. That's real stories. She was just magical. So then they be like, oh, it's a myth. But it's all this technology, it's all this advancement. And yeah, it's crazy. Then there's this love story involved, and then it gets just forget about it. So all that's there in California, Mexico, they have a shared history and culture because it's all the same. So this guy has this story, and I think, let me see, it's on YouTube. So let me know what you think, because it's more than that. Like, they start to learn the backstory of Califia. Like, she's immortal, and she's stuck in this immortality. So let me see if there's some more episodes, but go ahead.
Oh, no, I was listening. There's also a book that breaks down some of the stuff that me and you were talking about, and it's some work that I also done with the person I was telling you about. They produced a book and they gave a lot of my references to what I was saying. It's called The Ram in the Bush versus the Pale White Horse.
Okay.
It's the young person I was telling you about. We do stuff together. She's written down a lot of the stuff that I was saying. But I need to get that book you was just talking about.
Which one?
The one with Khalif.
Oh, Esplandian. All right, okay. Let me go grab that real quick. It's in Spanish. I just ordered this book because I'm so deep into the research, which is fine because I can read Spanish. They have, yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me get that. All right, I got it.
Great. It's in Espanol, so I can read it in Espanol. And this book is even talking about myths that they heard of that go back hundreds of years before that. So the conquistadors, the Spanish explorers, they're living in real life, but they're also recalling some of the stories that they heard, and they was like, oh, this must be it. So they call the indigenous people Indias and Indios. You understood? Like
Indians, Indios.
They call the indigenous people Indias. No, yeah. So from that we get Indians. So, that's a whole nother. Hold on, that's another book. I love my books. All right, this is descriptions of the New World. What does America look like?
That's it. That's something similar to what Dr. York and the Nwapus was
know.
teaching.
And they even give you a color coded chart. They tell you right there what they meant by certain colors. So this is if you was gonna do a coloring book, those would be the colors. There's maps in here. Some people just didn't know how to. So they're telling you the color codes. So when you color it in, they're telling you use these colors.
Copper colored. Interesting.
For all these drawings and paintings. For example, this is the indigenous people of Governor of which Dictacus Columbus, son to the famous Christopher Columbus, being incensed, he was angered, immediately sent Captain Ocampo with 300 men to Curiana. The area you're going to want to look is Curiana, Curiana. Curiana, where in his first fury, without distinction of sex or age, he killed everybody he met. He didn't care. But because they themselves could not follow the rich oyster catching, this was the trade at this time, oyster catching was the trade, he spared some for that purpose, whom he commanded to build 25 little houses or hovels on the shore, which he called New Toledo, Toledo. After this, they went on afresh in their pearl fishing. So they were sharing the land with the natives, but their trade at the time was oysters and pearls. Everybody just think the transatlantic was just trading people. The transatlantic was a trade. It was always a slave trade. They were trading things like oysters and pearls. Because if they couldn't find gold, pearls are okay. Pearls are still nice. Don't sleep on pearls now. So, and then they were doing pearl fishing. So pure pearls. Not the polished pearls you see in the stores. Uncultured pearls, they call uncultured. Just call them natural, organic. So this is they had their own system already for building cities. I don't know why people call them slaves. They lived in it. They enjoyed it. They were the royals.
That's interesting because I know a while ago I was doing some research on something similar to that, but kind of like maybe more not a little far left. But it kind of ties into what you was just saying. What we was actually saying earlier. Let me see. Let me see if I can share this here. I'm waiting for it to catch up. My computer's slow. Forgive me for that. Can you see what I'm seeing?
Yep. Let's get over there. Yeah. Let me see. Let's add that.
I mean, be honest with you, I don't even have to share it because I kind of like got it planted here in my head.
Okay, yeah, sure. You can go. You can just let us know what's up.
Yeah, I'm gonna just remove this here because you was just talking about the indigenous and that they just wasn't trading people, right? Here it just explains how the Portuguese and the Spanish were just not trading. They were trading gold. That's the reason why they came here, was because of gold. A lot of people say that they went to Africa because of gold. They were trading indigenous people, no matter how they want to put it. There's a pope by the name of Nicholas V,
okay,
who actually ordained this slavery on indigenous people, because it's right here in the Vatican archives.
Okay.
And it speaks of just not this was around 1441, this was 1400s, that they were selling skins, oils, after his even cargo. So this is just basically touching up on some of the stuff you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
But it's just letting everybody know, since I became a pastor, also breaking down the influence that religion has into slavery. That I want everybody to know that the Pope has something to do with slavery
Oh.
and the enslavement of indigenous people.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the date. This is a voyage around 1441 that was widely considered to be marked as the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. Right.
The precursor. Yeah.
Yeah. We're just using that. That's the more popularized word.
Okay.
And this is basically saying that they were trading and ransoming different people, not only in so-called Africa. It says here North America, and it actually gives you the ruler. His name is Prince Henry of Portugal, who actually started went to Nicholas V to sanction this. So I just want everybody to know that Nicholas V is the Pope when it comes to religion, who said, you know what? How about we enslave those indigenous people in America? And while you at it, let's just tell them that we enslaved the Africans and we brought them here to America. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And a lot of people, what they're using here in the archives, they're popularizing the word African. So at the time, around 1441 all the way to 1556, something of that nature. Sorry, all the way up to 1441 to 1479. Not only was they enslaving individuals here, it says African ports, but the more and more, if I go down, it says indigenous. So I would like for people to actually look into Nicholas V and his influence that he has had on the enslaving indigenous people. I don't know if you're familiar with the Sandalese Island of some melanated indigenous people there and what the British had did during that time. Okay. So I just want to touch it kind of ties into what you're saying, Got you. So it definitely ties into what you're saying. And I want everybody to also know, not only did the Spanish have something to do with slavery, the Portuguese did as well, which it's kind of like they can understand each other. I would consider Portuguese speaking a little bit of Spanish as something else. It's not the same, but it's the same.
Oh yeah, I went to Brazil. I had to learn Portuguese. My Spanish was not working there at all.
So, I just wanted to touch up on that.
When I went to Mexico, I saw the portraits of the massacres, and I saw
did?
Yeah, and the people that were laying dead cold blood were Black Indians. So, yeah,
okay then.
I got all that. That's what you see around Mexico. So people think that, oh, this is little nothing poverty Mexico, but they built that stuff with their hands. It's not machine made. They built those. So a lot of them, but they added technology, added steel. So when you go to parts of Baja California, I'm in Alta California, but I know both areas very well because we have to have underground trade routes. We have to have a safety system. If we need to get out of here real quick, I got the fastest route out. So
to get up out of here,
I know how to do it, and do it before the threat. Do it before it's an issue, not lollygagging around like Brittany Griner did. Brittany Griner, she was dragging her feet. They be thinking Russia's playing. So tomorrow I'm gonna be talking about Russia. So, and how Russia's been coming over here forever. And did they necessarily hold slaves here? Russians were coming over in the 1600s. Did they have slaves? I don't think they did. And we can talk about Catherine the Great. Catherine the Great was all they had serfdom, which was the people that y'all they lived together, the lord and vassal, they all lived together, big estate, they had their homes, they served the bigger house because maybe the bigger house had more wealth. They would take care of plant potatoes, or maybe they planting whatever, berries, who knows, these fruit, I don't know. So they had these people that would do like gardening, take care of the land, but the people worked in the house, they were the cooks. But everybody, they didn't treat these people like, they didn't whip them. It was none of that. They treated people like family. It was all, they helped raise the kids and educate. And these people were fine servants of fine families. They had the best etiquette, the best hospitality, the best butler, the best valet, the best footman. It was really, really dope. I think it was dope. And they call this the aristocracy. But something about our aristocracy, we don't get to have an aristocracy. We don't get to have a black, upper echelon, up top class that enjoys all the privileges. So of course there was labor. But when you're laboring and then reaping the rewards of said labor, that's your kids. And we have this running joke in the black community where your mom treats you like a slave. She will call you, go grab something that's 2 inches away. Can you get this for me? Can you turn the TV up? Can you grab the remote control? Like, that's a running joke. But this like treating your children like slaves. Making them clean up, do the chores. It's like, so you're teaching them household responsibility, whatever you want to call it, discipline, whatever. But if the child made money, like the Jackson 5, for example, such a good example, you should be able to make money. So then they got like child labor laws. So now you can't even really work your child, you got to add them to the family business later. You got to worry about that kind of stuff when you're black in America. So that was known as slave labor. And when we make money off our own agriculture, our own culture, we make a lot of fucking money. It's a lot of money. The Negro Leagues, they were probably in the 1940s, making like $17,000 a month. Come on, you do the inflation numbers. Yes. Buck O'Neill said the Negro Leagues, Negro now, Spanish now, come on. The Negro Leagues, they were making, he said, $19,000 a month. Their wives were like, are y'all out there robbing? Yes, we robbing Major League Baseball. You won't let us in to play baseball? So anyway, that's where I'm from. I'm from those areas where they were starting all that up. So we have always been about black people can do it through and through. Black caterer, black secretary, black accountant, And if people want to go outside of that, it's always going to blow up in their face. So that's what I got to say about Kanye.
Oh yeah, the Kanye situation. That was very, very interesting. Brother Ben X. Have you heard of him?
Islam, yes, all the Islamics.
Yeah. I had a run in with him.
What did he say?
I was going in to build with him, and he was just on the nature of like, just wait till I run into you. And then I hung up on the live, and he just started talking about, this guy, because he saw the picture. I guess he was like, okay, this guy's from Kemet. He just went ranting. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember I was trying to build with him, and he was just on a notion of like, yeah, whatever. But that's how them Islam or base people are, or religious people are.
The Abraham.
I can never build with them.
The Abraham.
I can never build with somebody. Yeah. I can never build with those.
Get with the Cherokee. Get with the Native American. Get with the indigenous. Get with the culture. No matter what, we are on their land. Honor their ways. Tribal law overrules. Honor the natural laws. These people start imposing discrimination. That is a telltale sign that is not indigenous. That is not the way of the first nation, of the first world. So they tripping. They want to act like these people just came from, the Mayans just disappeared into the night. The Mayans and the Aztecs just disappeared. We don't know where they went. You call them Africans now. What the fuck are you talking about?
They're right there in the Cancun, Mexico City. They're still there. That's something else I wanted to touch up on. I have video footage of when I was there. I was speaking to them, and they was breaking down that they never left and they've been here. And some of the scientists I was speaking to that were there, they was also saying that these pyramids are actually older than AD. They date back BCE and BC.
Of course. Yeah.
And also, when I look at the Eye of Creation, it kind of reminds me of the Eye of Horus.
They were connected. They could go freely in the world. Anybody could go wherever they wanted. We know how to build ships.
And when I talk to Nubians, they're on the notion of it's all Freemasonry, but I don't touch up on.
But that's a job. Those are the builders. Those are the carpenters, the welders, the smiths. Yeah, let them.
That's all Nubians are. That's all they are. They're Masons, Freemasonry. And that's why.
So they started segregating the Masons. That became black and white Masons. There was segregation. It was fucked up because they had taught them that, and then they started separating. Once they learned it, they thought they could remix it though, and that's why they're so discombobulated. Like they're wealthy, but it's not working for them. What are they gonna do? Go bake out in the sun? What are they gonna do? Oh, fart.
Yeah, also the Nubians consider themselves indigenous, and they also consider them Moors. They like got different temples, or where they're like, this is the Nubian indigenous tribe type of thing, and over here this is the Moorish temple. What's his name? I forget his name. It'll come to me.
So in areas like South Carolina, the Carolinas, the Charlottes, the Charles, King Charles, there was a millions of free people of color, free blacks, mestizos, mulattoes, Indians, Negroes, all as one, just free, living life and being happy and full. And then the laws changed when they broke away. The Continental Army and the American Revolutionary War happened. And those British monarchs were protecting the Indians. They had great relationships. That's why they wanted to break away. They wanted to destroy the Indians. So now they want to act like the European blackamoors were not amalgamated with the Indians at this point. And we're talking about this 1700s, nearly 1800s. That was like yesterday. If you think about the cosmic calendar, that was yesterday. That was a second ago. That was a nanosecond ago in the eyes of the universe.
Yes.
It just happened.
I'm about to pull something up because I know I told you that I had a grandfather that was in the Union Army. I actually have a painting. I'm trying to pull that up and I'll share it with you. But in North Carolina, there are a lot of mulattoes at that period. I don't know too much about them being free, but I know when I look more and more into it, they're calling it servitude. But the issue I have is, how do you have a so-called Negro marrying a white man?
White was not a race. Right? White meant property ownership. In this book here.
Yeah. I know that for a fact, but that's what others don't know. So that's why I kind of use that.
We have families. We have families.
Black has no standing at law.
Let me show you some of these families. Here we go. Different families. They had stories. Okay. Here we go. I mean, the town's gossip. We had businesses in St. Louis in like the 1800s. Clay Morgan.
They coming in from Louisiana to St. Louis, from New Orleans, Haiti, people coming from Dominican, Spanish, Caribbean. So we had businesses, salons. He did all he did was tell us about his family. Yes, when they were Republicans. Yes, all of that. All these people had businesses. We got their accounting records. That's just St. Louis. I also got New Orleans. Okay. The hidden history of a free black brotherhood. All their accounting records. All their money. Marriages. St. Augustine Church. Let's see if we can find some photos of the church. Here's the church. Where the free Negroes and the slaves were with their white people on one side of the church, and the Negroes were on their other side of the church. St. Augustine, New Orleans. Okay, let me show you a little bit about what these people look like.
Yo, he makes ball.
Okay, he might have put on his little James Brown wig. Remember they had the little wigs with the little things right there? They just put it on top.
They call him toupee thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I don't think they get too many pictures up in here. But somebody found the accounting records. They're beautiful people. You call it the French Caribbean? It was treacherous. We're talking about Louisiana. Look how many people they sent.
Oh.
Lieutenant governor, Senate people. There's their portraits of distinguished members of the Convention and Assembly, 1868, the reconstructed Constitution from the state of Louisiana. They was getting all them assembly seats. They didn't like that they had to figure out a way to disenfranchise their vote. So we have to support our brothers and sisters in politics, not talk shit about them, call them coons. They're trying. So this is some more. And they maintained their wealth all throughout slavery and all throughout Reconstruction. They don't even know about us. They make these things up about us, and people are like, that is not what fucking happened. It's like, is that what they're telling people? That did not happen. You know? Sorry they lied. Sorry the people that's committing massacres against you lied. Did you think they were telling the truth? I have so many books. So this broadcast has been like 4 hours at this point. So I thank you for tuning in. We got to do this again. We'll do this again.
Definitely.
Sure.
Before you go, I wanted to share something real quick.
For sure.
Let me see. Because I just sent it to my computer, actually. So it's pretty much a book. See, I kind of have all of the family history here, and they wrote a book. Well, it's a book of our genealogy, actually, of the whole breakdown. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop what I was saying about earlier. Airdropping it. It's not coming up. It's weird. This is what I do. I'll just send it to you. Might be better if I send it to you after the live. where you'll be able to actually see it. Can't hear you.
All right, great. So is there anything else you want to say? It's fine. We can say that for next time for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
we've been trying to, connect the broadcast. So let's plan it out. Let's do it. Invite people in, and let's collaborate.
For real, I got a couple of people. The sister I was telling you about, that'd be cool if y'all can build, and I'll just fall back on that part. Y'all may be more diverse than that. I'm pretty sure
my
y'all.
sights are set on Oklahoma, babe. I'm parting. I'm getting out. I'm calling.
Yeah, definitely. Oklahoma part, we can get into that.
I quit. I'm done. Going to take a nap. So.
All right, be blessed.
All right.
In the next one, we can definitely talk about the Oklahoma slave revolt. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. See, I didn't know you was going. I thought you was gonna talk about Haiti or something. Yes, let's talk about that here.
Now, everybody always talk about Hades. They always talk about Hades, but there's a lot of slave revolts here. Like the Seminole Wars was actually indigenous Native Americans fighting against other individuals and so-called Africans. We can also get into that too, But yeah, I definitely would like to build again. This was productive. You guys have a blessed one.
Thank you. See, we got guests coming in. We did it. We figured it out today. Hopefully we can get more people to tune in. We can do it at the top of the show. So thank you to everybody that tuned in. We're gonna ride out here with our All right, so that's it. This has been another edition of Melanated News You Can Use. We got into everything from voting rights. We talked about a little bit about California, lots of things, indigenous culture, things happening. Thank you to our guests for coming in. We did a lot of we did a lot more Cherokee Nation updates, how they honor their freedmen, citizenship rights. We'll get a little bit more deeper into politics. We'll go over into foreign relations and geopolitics. We'll get into some diplomatic things. And keep it global, international. We got it all here. This has been another edition, the weekend version, Saturday news. Melanated News You Can Use. I'm your lady, Lila Brown, signing off. Take care. Bye.